decisions for now is the moment for Israel to return to its founding premise. The Jewish state has an absolute right to exist. A divine gift, gifted to a divine nation, charged with a divine purpose. Israel has an absolute and unequivocal right and responsibility to defend itself to the fullest, applying the only language that its adversaries understand, the language of force. So what would David Ben-Gurion say today? He would say, don't depend on anybody else's fleeting sympathies or permission to do it. If Israel and Mossad want to pull off Munich 2.0 and take out every last leader of Hamas, wherever they may be hiding from Doha to Dresden, host a red wedding at the Four Seasons in Qatar, the next time Haniyeh and Mashal show up, they should go ahead and do it. If Israel wants to, at long last, abandon the myth of a two-state solution, Israel should go ahead and abandon a two-state solution. The rest of the Arab world can absorb Palestinians just as the Jews absorbed their people out of 22 countries they were kicked out of since 1948. The Islamic world cannot continue to condone the slaughtering of Jews while continuing to disown the Palestinians. That is the hard truth that neither member of either political party is willing to speak out loud to the Arab world. I will.
Welcome to the Daily Wrap-Up, a concise show dedicated to bringing you the most relevant independent news as we see it from the last 24 hours. Monday, November 18th, 2024. Thank you for joining me today. Man, if you caught that opening clip, that is some dangerous language to go along with what Trump has been saying, or what pretty much his entire cabinet thus far has been saying. To go after Hamas, whatever that means to them, a group, by the way, that Israel has funded up until 2024, wherever they reside, and by whose word? Who do we go to know who is Hamas and who decides whether they're the ones they should be? I mean, think about how alarming that is. Of course, I'm sure they would mean anywhere in the Middle East, but what he said was anywhere they reside, which is eerily the same as what Israel has said many times, that they can legislate anywhere in the world, they're not bound by international law, and that they will go after them anywhere in the world. So what if they argue that there's something in the United States? What if they argue that Trump or Biden or whoever's currently there is not doing enough about it? I mean, this is terrifying stuff to hear from somebody about to be in a position of power. I guess we'll see how that works out. Or forego the two-state solution? And the way he says that in a way to allude to the fact that they have always wanted to do that, but they haven't been able to. Well, yeah, that's exactly the point. They've been lying about trying to maintain that the entire time. That's a terrifying thing to see right there. Now, before we get into all that, the latter half of the show will be getting more into foreign policy. I know recently I had said the next coming one would be more focused on that. There will be an overlap today, but if I don't get to it today, based on time, I will be getting to the next show. And I know I do say that sometimes and it doesn't happen. Just realize that you never know what's going to happen over the next day, the next couple of hours in this field, and ultimately have to make the decision when we come to it. But I mean it when I say it. And so tomorrow or the next show, ultimately I'm planning for that, will be more focused on the ins and outs of just continuing to document the genocide and the foreign policy and other dynamics. I will make a couple points about this today, specifically Russia and Ukraine, and how that overlaps with the many different points we'll make today regarding Trump's administration picks, regarding the conversation of free speech, and then just getting into some foreign policy in general about the ongoing starvation tactics, the United Nations report that's been out for a while now, and how many people are disregarding that. But I wanted to say something quick before we got started. This group has been sending me their physical newspapers for quite a while. And I mean, honestly, I more often than you realize, I have notes to, acknowledge this person, thank somebody for a note. And it's just so much swirling around half the time that I forget to do it. And I always get mad at myself because I hope you guys know how much it all means to me. The kind words of encouragement, the directing me into something I haven't seen before, the donations, the continual support. It's what keeps me going. So I just hope you know that. For all of you out there sending things in, whether through the mailbox or just donating through the different platforms, it is not just the fact that the finances are what keep this going, but keeps me going spiritually, physically, mentally, everything. So thank you for being who you are. But I wanted to say thank you to this group because I love that this is happening in general. Now, I'm sure there are things in these papers that I wouldn't necessarily exactly agree with and so on. And frankly, nothing comes to mind, but just always saying that to be objective. But it's called Druthers. And this is an old one, by the way, and just says The Joy of Defiance. And it's an actual real paper. You know, and you flip through this and it gets into all the kind of stuff we're talking about. And for the most part, it seems to me to be pretty nonpartisan and objective. And either way, I just want to give a shout out for them because they're all like consistently sending me these, a few of them that I place out on the table for anyone that comes through here. I just think that's an important thing to first thank them for, but highlight the fact that there's a lot of great work being done out there that's not on the internet, that's not, you know, through these platforms, that just, you know, the grueling day in, day out effort to try to inform people that many people don't see. That's most of you in this chat are doing that every single day. So an acknowledgement to you all as well. So thank you for these newspapers. I think that's important work. Whitney and I have talked about over the years and not too long ago about potentially trying to do something in a physical form. It's just a lot of work that goes along on top of everything else. But now I don't want to get too much into just opening stuff because I have a lot to get to. This is probably going to be a very long show. I'm hoping to, you know, who cares, right? Let's let it go as long as it will. There's a lot to talk about. And I think in general, a lot of this very much connects today, kind of in the way we have been over the last, you know, so many shows, I guess, highlighting the Israel focus on the cabinets and other things that I think are important, what that shows for what's coming. And really, as I see how that connects into what I see the larger agenda that would be happening either way, and trying to highlight and elucidate and you know, those different things that I think people need to see. But as always, just giving you the facts around it that you can conclude whatever you want from them. And I'll always give my opinion around how I think they line up, but it's important. And I will always emphasize that you should come to your conclusions about what those show. That's very important. Now, we'll also talk, as I said, about Ukraine and Russia and how that plays in, and some interesting overlaps into that with Elon Musk, as well as some foreign policy dynamics. But again, getting into the kind of predictions and statements about what they're going to be doing and whether they're holding true to that thus far. And which I think is pretty clear that's not happening, at least in a lot of different ways, and some interesting developments around Trump's predictions. And then the main point today, which I use for the title, is about the idea of that was already floated. It's been discussed a lot. And now Trump just it confirmed it via Truth Social. And I believe it was, just want to make sure I say that, get the person right. Yeah, it was Tom Fitton on Truth Social who stated the reality of what it was going to be, using military assets, as he put it, to basically immediately conduct mass deportations. And Trump tagged that and rather highlighted it and said true with exclamation points. So that's about as much as you're going to get a confirmation from things right now before we actually get to the point where they're actually in place. But I think it's a really alarming thing for a lot of different reasons, and we'll get into that pretty early today. There's a lot of conversations. Posse Comitatus is an obvious one, but of course there's nuances to National Guard, in particular when they're in their own state. And so there's always ways around this stuff. But it's alarming for the different reasons. The declaration of national emergency, which regardless of the logic always opens up government abuse. And I get people want to believe that this is their person and they're going to do the things the way they want to, but that's never the way this ends up. And even then realize that in most cases, as you can look for the COVID stuff or even the opioid crisis, these are national emergencies that have gone on through multiple administrations when we just pretend they're not even there anymore. And so I think that's also one of the things to consider. But just the idea of discussing military, whether National Guard or anything else, in the United States domestically is always a very sensitive conversation. And then using as the national emergency in order to effectively roll all of this out, it causes a very kind of opaque circumstance where even if Trump is doing exactly what he thinks you want, there's a whole dark, fuzzy area there where all sorts of individuals could take advantage. During COVID-19, for example, we saw the governors left and right take advantage of all sorts of things that you could argue neither Trump nor Biden, whoever was the whatever time frame we're in, actually wanted those things to happen. And yet there's always abuse. So we'll get into all of this and why I think this is a problem. Of course, the main point that I think I'll make to start is the problematic nature of the partisan game in all of this. That no matter what you think, even if you have every faith, that the point is that simply you should be critical about where this goes and ask whether that is the right step. even if you believe in what they're trying to accomplish, because we're supposed to pretend that there are certain channels this is supposed to be done through, right? Of course, the problem is always that it's already set up. Well, because the Democrats won't let it. So then we have to circumvent it in order to stop them from doing what, okay, that may line up to you. What you're really saying is we're all going to basically ignore the rules and the laws in order, because the other side is doing the same thing. You know my statements about that. Now, even if that's true, the point is you are creating a ongoing cycle of ignoring, like somebody recently said on, I think it was a Fox show, that we're looking forward to Trump getting in there and just executive ordering his way through this. Now that's not where we're calling for that now. The idea that we want them to sort of circumvent the process. Well, yes, and the logic, I'll be the first to point out how broken Congress is, and by design, arguably, of course, ignoring the influence and why that's the way it is from outside forces. But my point is that we can acknowledge that problem, but the solution should not be more of the problem. That seems pretty silly to me. But there's a lot of things that we're seeing today in regard to trying to acknowledge these problems, and people that will refuse to acknowledge them at all unless there's a solution presented. And this, I think I said this online recently. It's like saying, it's like we're stuck in mud right now, and we're not supposed to be allowed to point out that that's the reality. That we're supposed to just be positive about it. Don't worry, the weather will change. We'll make our way through it. Instead of ignoring, but wait a minute, no matter whose fault it is, we're currently stuck in the same place. But let's first acknowledge that. No, what's your solution? Then never mind, we're going to keep acting like nothing's the problem. That is everywhere, and I think we all sense that. So it's obviously important to acknowledge the problem exists before we even know the solution. Otherwise, we won't be able to come to that. And I think that's one of these the issues, is that we can kind of rush through problems that I see as being manufactured by the power structure in order to rush you into the solution that's already prepared. It's a classic concept. And I think what's problematic is a lot of people, and it happened during the left with COVID-19, that you see people on the right that are willing to overlook how uncomfortable these would be coming from anybody else. I mean, we just came off a national emergency conversation with COVID-19. Can you imagine the response if it was Kamala Harris or Clinton or Biden or anybody else for any logical reason? That same criticism should be applied no matter who is in position. So let's start today with one thing I thought was really interesting. I was not planning on showing you this, and right before I got started, this was just almost entertaining, but kind of crazy. And it's nothing new. It's straight up censorship. And of course, from Facebook, the old school version. We're all on Twitter censorship today. The point is that Facebook, it's hilarious to me. So here's one of these random, this is still one of the pirate accounts that I used since the last one was deleted and the one before that. The point is that I shared the Odyssey link, and for whatever reason, it just shared, and this isn't usually like this today, or it isn't usually like this, but today it just shared a thing that was like literally just as Odyssey. There's no other information on there, and the link takes you to the current video, but there's no link, there's no information. Now, what's funny is, that's just what it looked like, and it's partly false, similar to another post reviewed by third-party fact checkers. What exactly? The Odyssey title? The non-image? So my point is, I just have this like static, always fake news, no matter what I put out there, which is pretty much what we always expect today. And you actually click on it, and look what it says. Fact check. Video about COVID-19 recycles disproven claims and wait, what? We're not even talking about COVID-19. There's not even a tangential. Well, I guess there's one point today, but that's not the title. There's no tag for it. It's not like they actually picked up on that. This is my opinion. Facebook just going, fake news, misinformation, whatever you want to pick. Go ahead and choose. Throw it at the wall, whatever works, because that platform, that account is supposed to be suppressed. And I'll show you right now live. So again, the Odyssey link, if you click on it, just takes you to the video of today, right? Which has nothing to do with COVID-19. And by the way, there's no information there, so Facebook wouldn't know that, but you click on let's see why, and it says it right there. I just think that's hilarious. So to me, it shows this industrialized version, or rather the systemic censorship that's just about suppressing flow of information, no matter what we're talking about. Like, I got the COVID-19 misinformation tag well beyond when we were fully talking about it like we were. I'd be talking about Israel that day, and they go misinformation, medical misinformation, and censor the video. Just because you get the point. We all see that. And Twitter is just as bad today. We have to be honest about that in different ways, but it's happening constantly. People are screaming about it, even conservatives, but people just want to pretend it's not there. I just thought this was entertaining in a way because of how lazy that is. Almost embarrassing that they would continue to do that, but who cares? Because Facebook is, in my opinion, not interesting or important anymore. But in any case, that's right. It doesn't matter. I was just going to do it live so you could see it on there. And if you share it, it pops up like this on the actual, like it says to say, oh, I guess it didn't work that. Oh, here's it. This is actually even more interesting. So that time it actually shared, and it actually shared my video with the link. And guess what? There's no tag. But for whatever reason, the one that is not, it doesn't make any sense. That's just funny to me. Anyway, it's not worth the time. It's these platforms are ridiculous. And if you think this is unique to Biden versus Trump or whatever else is going on, guys, this has been the ongoing reality, or the Twitter dynamic acting like we're fighting the GARM infrastructure when they literally partnered with GARM. You know, it's infuriating that we have to fight against these partisan children screaming about narratives they've never truly investigated because of what somebody said online. You know, this is what we need to try to, and again, I'm trying to temper myself, even what I just said right there. I'm trying to make myself better and try not to be so belittling, frankly, even when people deserve to be belittled. And I say that that deserves ridicule. I mean that. There are things out there that deserve to be called out for as stupid as they are. But I'm kind of trying to go through a process where I'm thinking, even those things, is it worth it? Does it have the right? My thought in the past has been sort of like almost highlighting why people shouldn't, if you read that exchange before you look at it, you might think, oh, well, there's a reason to be considered, but maybe that will cause people to not look at it at all, which goes against what I believe in. Anyway, you can see I'm trying to go through a process and asking myself whether those things are worth it. And I think we should all reflect on that, because trying to find a bridge, even with people that are, trying to find the truth, but maybe missing it, is an important thing. But I think we know there's a huge portion of the conversation that are people that are not trying to do that. They're deliberately trying to sabotage. And that's where I'm always trying to suss out. And sometimes I guess what I'm getting at is, even when that's the case, I should just walk away. Right? Anyway, you didn't need to hear all that, but I think it's important for us to realize that we're all dealing with something really, really, just overwhelming. And it's been going on a long time. But on the point about censorship and overlapping, I just wanted to point out that this is something that is just as prevalent on Twitter. And I think it's important to make sure we see that. And I wanted to start with a tweet from Carrie Wedler. And this gets into the kind of bridging from that into the point about the incoming administration and the kind of the blindness to how obvious, even if you think Trump's on your side, that the people that are being picked, the actions that are already beginning, are just already examples of abuse of power, and willing to overlook that because you think it'll be abused in the right way. There's a great clip actually from one of the people that are being picked by Trump where he makes this exact point, that we should not be afraid to use our power aggressively against our opponents under the mindset that we know they're wrong or they're the bad guy. And even if you think that's right, the point is, at the end of the day, more government power, more suppression, even if you think the people in that moment deserve to be suppressed. Interestingly, kind of what I was just saying. The point being that we have to think about it in the long term. Even if you think the government power is being used correctly today, just recognize that we should not be calling for more government power over our lives. That is kind of the slippery slope we've been on for a really long time. Now, she says, lots of people are saying you're black-pilled if you call out Trump's emerging cabinet for the many Bush admin, neocon, and AIPAC appointments. But to me, she says, it's actually a white pill to recognize that the ruling powers have their own agenda and it's not serving the people. So, and even here's what's funny is, even if we're wrong, these terms have become meaningless, just like anti-Semitism or anything else, because of the way they're misused by people trying to manipulate the people out there genuinely wanting the good thing, but being played by the partisan situation. The point being is that black-pilled is the opposite. Even if we're wrong, we're trying to highlight the fact that we're pushing back on power. But we could still be wrong. Black-pilled is to act like there's nothing we can do. They've already got, well, they're too powerful. They're spying on all of us. Just give up. Which is weirdly more aligned with the kind of lesser of evils perspective than pushing back on the whole thing. But she says it's actually a white pill to recognize the ruling powers have their own agenda. Seeing this shatters old programming that politicians represent us and frees up consciousness to imagine and implement decentralized, voluntary solutions. If you feel optimistic about a few of the appointments, I do understand. And I hope that doesn't just lull people back into apathy and slumber because they think daddy government loves them now and is going to fix everything. That's kind of the same point I was saying, is that whether or not some of them line up or even all of them, it's still government control. It's still government, and we should be pushing back more. You have to realize, even what most Republicans would think they align with is kind of the origin point, the constitutional republic founding fathers mindset, which was the opposite, by and large, than more government and more power in order to keep you safe. It's the exact opposite of what this idea was about. And I think what's scary is a lot of people who are actually with good intentions being ideologically trapped in something where they don't realize that they're challenging what they truly believe. It's just being displayed in a way that makes them not realize that. David Icke says, just watch the last episode of their iconic show, and absolutely must watch if you've bought the Trump Musk Thiel fake alternative media psyop. If you want to hold your current belief in the Trump fantasy, give it a miss. But meaning don't watch if you don't want your illusion to be shattered. Now, the show is worth watching as usual. And the point nonetheless is the point on top of that is what people are engaging with it about. There's a lot of points like that today. This person says, yeah, but you're offering no real world tangible solutions. So why should I listen? You see my point? So you can understand the problem. And maybe you already do. Maybe you disagree with him, but you don't know the information until you engage with it. Just because somebody does not provide a solution does not mean it's not worthy of investigation. The ultimate point is that if you're going to disregard it because there's no provided solution, you are ignoring a problem. So you don't care that there's never going to be a solution if everybody acts like that? Well, that's kind of the whole point, is we've been conditioned to feel like we need to be provided the solution before we can start taking the steps. This is what I bump up against every time in the conversation about voting. We can all acknowledge seemingly everywhere in every context outside of the moment we're pushed into a voting lesser of evils that the whole thing's screwed. It's broken. This doesn't work. They cheat. Russia influence, whatever the narrative is. But then when it comes down to it, and we talk about the voting machines, we talk about however you want to view it, just the Democrats, whatever you think, that we can all acknowledge that there's so much corruption that is so invested, so immersed with every part of this election process, even comparing it to what we pretend is the third world, we look like we're ridiculous today. So we talk about the Princeton study and the idea that we have a near zero, minuscule, statistically insignificant outcome on policy. Our vote doesn't translate, guys. Everything we have in front of us shows us that. And then when we acknowledge that, we all shake our heads. Then they go, okay, well, I go, well, are you going to vote? Well, yeah, I've got to vote. That's every time for me. I know very few people that end up going, okay, well, I'm not going to do the thing that we just established has no effect. So what else are we going to do? We don't know. Okay, but we're definitely not going to fall back in and do the same thing, right? I just don't get why the response for a lot of people is to go back to the thing that we all acknowledge doesn't really have an effect, because what else are we going to do? That's the trap. Now, you can disagree. Absolutely. I could be wrong. But if you can agree with everything else we've talked about, then the answer should be, let's find the solution. Let's find an alternative path, because we know this. That's the point. But we've all been conditioned to sort of expect that the government will provide those things for you, right? Or whatever authority figure you're bowing to, which is ultimately that they go, yes, here's the issue, but here's what we're going to do about it. We watch our TV or government processes when there's so much that most of that's an illusion to me, but that's aside from the point. So obviously we should be engaging with this information, considering it for yourself, looking at both the left and the right, or whatever you want to look at it, looking at everything, and then you decide what you think makes sense. Not because of some show or some podcast, but consider them, but you make your decision. And Craig says, why should everyone else come up with the solutions? He's presenting a possible scenario for us. We need to come up with the possible solutions. Rely on your own instincts. Never rely on someone or anyone for answers that we already have. And they go, oh, right. Like I said, vague. Yeah, this is just this. Now that's black pill to me. That you just need to be, if you're not handed the solution, then never mind. That's sad to me. And they say, yeah, you got to buy his book to learn the answers. Guys, that's so dumb. No, because if you actually listen to them talk outside of this the point is, just like we have things we can discuss, that I don't come to a solution in the moment we're discussing it, but they're constantly laying these things out. So are all of us. But because you didn't get it in a 240 tweet, you move on. That's engineered, in my opinion. Here is a post we put out about the RFK fluoride example. I briefly made the point in the last show about how I think it's important to think about that either way this goes, the point being about RFK Jr. and people already citing what he had to say in regard to why they may remove fluoride from their water in a specific county. And ultimately, that's a positive. No matter whether that positive is being used to blind you to a larger negative, it still is an ultimate positive. That's my point, first of all. That's important to think about. But on top of that, that it's crazy that we can have decades of peer-reviewed science that's only just now being acknowledged by people that just happen to see the conversation on corporate media about the trial that turned out that fluoride was dangerous, which we've already known. The point is the science has been there. So why are these local scientific, whatever, the health county supervisor, whatever the local plus job is, why are they not being guided by the actual information? And why are they deciding to be swayed by RFK saying it, which is still a positive thing? And it's not even a knock on RFK Jr. It's simply more so know whoever that may be. Why isn't it the actual data driving their choices? And I just think that's important to think about. And so I think that's what the general framing of the tweet was. And the person says, do you do what you do so that you get a pat on the back? See, this is the kind of response you get from stuff. What are you talking about? This has nothing to do with me. Or the point is that what I guess they're trying to allude to is that the only reason they do it is to get a benefit from it, which that's not point anyone's making here, other than I guess what they were assuming my point was. And doesn't matter who the average person thanks for this, it's a win, which is exactly what I said. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good, which is more what I was getting at today in this. So I think people are, myself included, very on guard, thinking that I'm secretly fighting for the Democrats. I'm trying to sway you into some way. Yeah, it's certainly possible. Consider that. But I think that's almost like a parasitic mindset that's been driving people to just ignore everything. But it says, I responded by saying, there's a simple, that's an idiom. I've said this before. Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. That's an idiom. And these things mostly have inherent truths to them, but none of them, most of them, I think almost none I've ever heard of, are absolute or universal, right? There are plenty of examples where settling for good instead of perfect is exactly the opposite of what we should be doing. My point is, in this case, that is lesser of evils as a worldview. To pretend that if you are constantly playing the game where you're settling for what's in front of you, but picking between the less bad candidate, well, as we've already talked about, that is a guaranteed cycle of decline. And that's where we are. It's just this nonstop game where we're seeing the worst and worst people. And I think we all are beginning to sense that. And that could be by design from outside influence or whatever else you want to think about. But I simply said, demand the best. Right? Because this will inevitably lead us to slow decline away from what we want, which I think is quite by design. But so I think that's my point about thinking about what this all means, right? We need to be asking for more than what we like, demanding the best, not just settling for the middle ground. Now, because let's put it this way. One last point on this is that if we were in a position where this was the one anomaly or the few anomalies where we get something that's not just the best, it just works out that way. But the next one, look at that. They're the shining beacons of the top of the country. Can you look back at any election in your lifetime where you ever thought people on that stage were the best of the best? You know that's not true. So this is my point. And it's, don't let how many times we've been hearing this? Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. In the context of this, it's everywhere. Like purity test and black pills, all these things bubbled up to the conversation, and it's not coming from organic conversation. Now, on the point of fluoride, very quickly, I thought this was wild. And this is the point I made about discussing the idea of RFK saying that he wouldn't, if in that position, which hasn't happened yet, would ultimately not force these locations, but let the information influence them. Well, that's the way it's already been, quite frankly. Now, yes, it seems he's already having an influence in some locations by simply saying these things, but here's Kathy Hochul, governor from, New York, saying she signs a pediatric fluoride bill to boost dental health. The thing that it literally doesn't do at all, in fact, hurts you. And we talked about all this. Fluoride is a neurotoxin. That's what the trial just found. The National Toxicology Program, an element of the U.S. government, in 7 different versions, has found without question, according to their research, that it is a neurotoxin, which we already knew, and that it does lower the IQ of children at levels that it's currently found in water. And you also have the toothpaste in your food and your shower and everything else. And here she is, I guess either completely ignorant of that or being driven by lobbyists, just pushing this out today. How crazy is that? Now, really, it shouldn't be any more crazy than it has been over the last decade because the science has already been there. The fact that people are only aware of this because of Fox or CNN finally pointing to something we've been screaming about for 10 years, that should be the problem. Either way, the point is that Caitlin says, isn't this against the law now? And that's the secondary problem. No, it's not. Should be, frankly. But the point is that ultimately people have gone pacified by that discussion, even though the U.S. government is currently still dragging its feet. It is still debating about levels, and they know what they're doing. And that frustrates me that we don't, okay, back to the main point. I always get pulled into different thoughts because I could talk about this for an hour, is that ultimately this is what's going to continue. You're going to have ideological differences that aren't based around science, just like with COVID-19, and people like this will still make their locations use what shouldn't be used. Now, obviously, many people will probably leave because of that, but not everybody. Most importantly, people that don't have the money are able to flee their state, which is usually how that works. So my point is that if we know this is dangerous, a neurotoxin, which it is, then it should just be removed. It shouldn't be a question. That's the point about like dioxins and the EPA, which I'll mention one brief moment in a second. We know it's dangerous and they just don't do anything. And in every other circumstance, they're willing to restrict your entire life to fight for Israel. But in these cases, my point is always that I don't think this should exist at all. I don't think the state should be there because these things wouldn't be existing without them and there'd be self-regulation in my point. But because it is, it frustrates me to highlight that they use their power to constantly force you to do things to your detriment all over the place. And when they finally have a provable example in front of them that shows that something they should use their power for, well, we waffle and we debate. And I'm not even calling for it. I'm just simply highlighting how frustrating that is. Now here, Whitney Webb points out, now that Kennedy is the HHS nominee, and again, that's important to think about. It looks like even Elon Musk might get pushed back on from the Senate, and which, again, I don't even know if that weird dual co-supervisor of a non-government location even needs Senate confirmation. Who knows what the hell that's going to, I have a point about it in a minute. But the point is it hasn't happened yet. So let's wait until we see people in position before we start predicting, or rather not predicting, but stating that we know what will happen, or we know this will happen because he's there and Trump and Elon are going to save the world. Now that Kennedy is the nominee, she says, I would really like to know his answers to the following questions. Given all the hype around RFK Jr.'s team up with Trump and what it means for healthcare, her questions are many funders of Trump, such as Joe Lonsdale and Elon Musk, as well as J.D. Vance himself, have major investments in biotechnology, which is the same point as always. If it was anybody even tangentially connected to a left-wing conversation, people would be screaming about it. But because it's right on the surface, but Trump and Elon are involved, we pretend like it's either ignored, or we ignore it, or we pretend like it's a good thing because they're doing it. It's the good billionaire technocrat AI, right? No, these are the same problems, guys. It's the same direction. It's the same mRNA platform. It's the same problem. They're all gung-ho about it. We're just pretending it's not there for whatever reason. Gene therapies, and they're all invested in biotechnology, gene therapies, and companies deeply invested in mRNA, DNA vaccine technology. Trump stands by, to this day, by the way, I'll show you next, Operation Warp Speed, which produced mRNA vaccines of dubious efficacy. They're straight up deadly and dangerous. Let's be clear about that. Some of which were made with the help of companies tied to Lonsdale's VC, among others. Will RFK Jr. be opposing the use of these technologies as he seeks to tackle the chronic disease epidemic in the U.S. in a future Trump administration? That would be a pretty big deal. If let's just say he happens to have the influence. Let's say he gets the position at HHS that Howard Lutnick straight up said wouldn't happen, despite Trump now saying that's what's supposed to happen. Does he then say we're no longer going to allow mRNA technology, which he's spoken out aggressively about, and then dramatically affect the finances of these people? I mean, that's a pretty big deal. I sure hope so. Something tells me that's not what's going to happen. She says, will he allow the health DARPA, ARPA-H, to continue to operate, which was created during Trump's last administration? Will he allow Peter Thiel and Joe Lonsdale will he allow the Peter Thiel and Joe Lonsdale co-founded Palantir to continue to collect and analyze Americans' health data, which has been going on since COVID-19, and genetic data with no meaningful oversight into how they use that data, and if they share it with other government agencies they contract for, like the CIA or Israel and Mossad, and the same overlap that we already know is taking place? She says, I agree that there is a major healthcare crisis in the U.S., but identifying the problem is one thing. Will these experimental technologies be used or promoted as a part of the solution? I think it's important to know, and it seems like not many are asking these types of questions. Now, here's a good point where you're just saying, we wouldn't be able to have this conversation if we hadn't first acknowledged the problem. If we were standing back over there 20 steps away saying, well, let's wait till somebody provides a solution to a problem we haven't acknowledged yet, we wouldn't be having this conversation. So that's the point. We know this. So now let's start trying to find paths away from it as opposed to just accepting the current reality. And she says, if Trump is still bragging about the military run Op Warp Speed, which again, this is recent. This is from this is from the 17th. And you can look it up on his Truth Social. He says, we're coming up on the 5-year anniversary of COVID. And if you recall, under President Trump's leadership, so that shows me clearly that he's not writing those, which we all know already, we had incredible public health policies. Is that what you think? I know you love to blame everybody else during his administration while blaming every small hiccup that might not even be Biden's fault to Biden during his administration. The point is, if we're going to make if a president is responsible for what happens under his administration, which I argue they are, as a leader, a true leader would do, whether or not they're the one that made the call, then we apply it equally. But we know that doesn't happen. The point the same here is that during Trump's administration, there's plenty of things that governors did that I wouldn't blame Trump for, but he's the president. So his policies, the Declaration of Emergency, the Defense Production Act, all of these things created the circumstances for them to do those things. So do you think there was incredible health policies? The lockdowns, the emergency, the rushed injections? Come on, guys. If we're honest, we know that's ridiculous. President Trump's unparalleled creation of Operation Warp Speed was like none we've never, was one like we've never seen before. Oh, so they were, sorry, the last part I missed, Dr. Jeanette. So they're quoting Fox News saying that. The point is that this is so shockingly, it's just a lie. Guys, we all know this is what's so embarrassing about this one point that he refuses to go back on. And even so was still elected by those people. If you think that's what actually happened, I don't. The point is that clearly his base, the vast majority of conservatives and Republicans do not agree with that. That's wild to me. And the fact is they're right. This was one of the most, this was unprecedented. And we all know that. It was unprecedented. And it wasn't because of warp speed in a good way. It was because of what they rolled out, what's still happening because of it. And they refuse, or he refuses to take accountability for that. I'm going to grab real quickly some of the work that Whitney did around this in some of her interviews. But she writes, if Trump is still bragging about op warp speed, which he did, military run, and the removal of regulations, which, by the way, that's what they're also hinting about now, do you think that's going to apply? It will apply to the biomedical field, especially since Vivek and Vance and Thiel and all of them are deeply invested. Musk as well in the mRNA factories for CureVac. So they're telling you we're going to remove regulation. What if that applies to, it will, is the point. This is my prediction, but this is where this comes together. The removal of regulations. It also entailed so mRNA vax tech could be finally taken to market under the fog of a crisis, when it couldn't even get through animal trials the entire decade preceding COVID due to safety concerns over lipid nanoparticles and near zero efficiency. And I've said this so many times. I've yet to get anybody who could answer this, and we all know what it really shows, that what she's highlighting there is the decade before, they weren't able to succeed in any of these COVID injections. And what they kept bumping up against was the lipid nanoparticle, which, don't forget, Vivek and the rest of them are like, that's our patent. Were hurting people because they had to increase the lipid nanoparticle concentration enough to where it would encapsulate the mRNA instruction and get to where it needed to go. And every time they increased lipid nanoparticles to enough to do that, it was toxic for people. Okay, so they weren't. So now we jump forward to today, and what they do, they wrote about how they had to increase lipid nanoparticle concentration to make sure the mRNA. Okay, how they solve the problem? Well, clearly we can see they did not. People are suffering from these things. So either way, I agree with their point that ultimately this is about getting this out into market to normalize this direction for something that I think has obviously nothing to do with our health. She says, I think RFK Jr. really should address what his policies will be on mRNA and other biotechnology injectables as head of HHS, because since endorsing Trump, he's been silent on the issue. Doesn't that concern people? Should. And VP Vance and many other prominent Trump donors like Musk are deeply invested in medical genetically engineered products. So yeah, I think he owes us something to step up and say, yeah, I still care about this. Or I'm going to take action that will immediately affect the team I'm on. Seems crazy. Now here on the main page here under TLAV team, you go to Whitney Webb, you can see all the different kind of series so far. And I think there's a couple more that I need to add on here, but we have, oh, you know what? And by the way, we also had, I'm going to come back to this. I have to make you wait. I forgot the actual tag on there for the Exposed Warp Speed series that we essentially were doing interviews and different conversations. Yeah, I'll come back to that, so I don't have to make you wait. But I'll open this just so you have this. This one is the engineering contagion conversation. And there's a lot of important stuff in that conversation as well that goes exactly into this, starting with the emergent biosolutions, which had a whole role in this to begin with, the Amerithrax conversation, the overlapping of these, Fort Detrick, and all of this stuff. It's very important. And I actually will get to that in 1 second. I was just going to jump to this point about what former CDC director suddenly just said now that we're into the Trump phase. It's very interesting and telling. But here's what High Impact Flicks had to say. And this is really important. There's 2 points like this today. On all of this, I'm convinced there's this, whatever the CIA, Mossad, QAnon, Q operation, whatever, which is exactly what I think it is. It didn't go away. And I think very clearly we're beginning to see that this is something that is the Trump following, whatever that is, whatever's driving. And I don't mean all conservatives, Republicans, whatever, but there is clearly this kind of mobilization around him all that. It's completely emerged with the QAnon conversation, or Q, whatever you think the appropriate. Like, what's funny is they all push back on, it's only Q. Well, I was around when this first started, and it was definitely QAnon. But either way, the point is that there's all these different things popping up now that show you this is not just there. It seems to be prominent in conversations. And I think a lot of Republicans don't even realize that they're being influenced by it. But this one is about Trump being the savior. And this blows my mind. And I pointed to this months ago. It's about the idea of Operation Warp Speed. And we're going to get to one in a minute about saving Israel for last. They're literally putting that forward now again, acting like, no, Israel's the bad guy. We know, but he's secretly saving them for last for a big plan. Crazy. So yeah, let him genocide this population for our agenda. But High Impact Flick says the summary here, actually, I'll read this first. It says their original plan, I guess the Democrats, which is what they always mean in this, was to slow roll a vaccine after 10 years of lockdowns, involuntarily detaining people into quarantine camps. When the vax was finally released, it would have been mandatory and dissenters would be detained in camps. Sure, anything's possible, but how in the world do we pretend we know that? Q and some cryptic thing on a chat board. But it says Warp Speed stopped the FEMA camps. Oh, I see. So Donald Trump's Operation Warp Speed, which by the way was rolled out in response to whatever this was the thing that they did to stop the 10 years of lockdowns that would have happened because of the thing that Warp Speed was rolled out to respond to. Yeah, that totally makes no sense. Let's walk through that one more time. Okay, so the idea is that they're claiming Operation Warp Speed, Donald Trump's rolled out military operation in a response to whatever you think that was, COVID, whatever you think happened during that time frame, was a response to that. And they want you to believe that this was something that was rolled out to stop the lockdowns, which would have been in response to the same thing. It's certainly possible that this was something long sought, and the point is that he rolled out the injection process that killed all these people, millions of people around the world, to stop 10 years of lockdowns, which were, it's so ridiculous to me, anything is possible. But to pretend like now this is okay, right? The obvious operation that killed all these people that is going to genetically manipulate. And by the way, is building the platform for what's coming next that all of his team is invested in. Oh, it's okay. It was all just in your interest. All the children that died, all of the myocarditis, all of the heart problems, all of the cancer, all of the ALS. And come on, guys, was to stop the thing that we can't prove. That works out really well. And here's what he had to say about it. The summary here is Trump is our savior. You know what it kind of sounds like to me? It would have been worse if he didn't get it. Same logic, right? How do we know? 10 years would have been there if you didn't get the thing, it would have been worse without it. Guys, that's crazy. It's the exact same logic. He says, Trump is our savior, is the summary. If he hadn't stepped in and initiated the military operation called Warp Speed, we would have all been thrown into FEMA camps. In the QAnon propaganda below, Chad Vivas says Trump is, quote, stopping the New World Order right now. You know, the New World Order that Elon Musk just said was coming. And the biggest proof to me, he says, is seeing Warp Speed stop the FEMA camps. So this is what's the term there? I'm forgetting. So you're presenting something that we can't prove and saying because it didn't happen, that's proof that what he did made them stop. That's basic Q logic for you. Chad's proof is that something didn't happen. That's the best way to say it. Meanwhile, Trump openly supported Zionism, sunk us into $12.4 trillion in national debt. And that was Donald Trump, CARES Act, and the largest transfer of wealth in U.S. history. Or any number of other things he did that they don't like to acknowledge, even outside of COVID-19, like the bump stock ban or the red flag laws, which relate to, there's so many different examples. shoveled trillions to corporate elitists and big pharma, takes credit for a horribly disastrous clot shot, initiated red flag gun confiscation laws, and a myriad of other freedom trampling actions. But Q followers, because they operate on pure hopium, chose not to see the obvious. Now, of course, if you're in the assuming mindset, you may already be pretending that we're doing this because we believe the Democrats are better. Well, you'd be stupid for thinking that, because that's not the case. They're all the same thing, and they're all actively driving the same direction. Now, I know that confounds the only way you can make sense of this conversation, but the reality is, if you want to actually engage with the way we see this, or I personally see it, you have to admit to yourself that I think they're all the same. And that may be frustrating that you still think we're not backing Trump, but the only way people seem to be able to rationalize this is that we are fighting for one side versus the other. And it shows you something. But he goes on to say, why would Trump have to initiate warp speed to stop FEMA when he could just write an executive order to do away with FEMA? See? Perfect. Always the ever logical nonpartisan Brian from AIPAC Flicks. He says he could have defunded the program, but he didn't. He could have exposed the existence of FEMA camps and the FEMA camp agenda, but he didn't. Their hope has no rational basis. Rather than stemming the tide, Trump advances the NWO, the New World Order, by his tyrannical actions. I agree. Now, Kerry adds, the widespread euphoria in the MAGA crowd because RFK or Trump or whoever is going to save them from using government I'm jumping through it. The widespread euphoria in the MAGA crowd because RFK or Trump are going to save them using government seems distinctly at odds with their self-perceived distrust of government and disdain for dependence on the state. She's right. There's an inherent contradiction there. That's because it's the same thing kind of we were just doing. Just because it's a binary worldview, and the idea is that Trump is the good side, and therefore his government is the good government. When in reality, most of them, especially this weird string of libertarians that pretend that they can support what's going on here, pretend like he's just going to take it in the good direction. Well, I certainly hope so. But I think every single thing that's happened thus far has showed that's not the case. Now, AIPAC Flicks Brian also brings up an important overlap, because we're stepping into 2025 right now. And if you feel, which I also have a similar feeling, that these Event 201 simulations always seem to play some role in what happens later. I mean, just look at your history, guys. It's very obvious. Even the ones during 9/11 or before, it's very clear that these things are, in many cases, maybe not always, but in many cases, predictive programming, social engineering. Let's not forget the SPARS pandemic, the exercise, 2025 to 2028, right during Trump's administration. He says, heads up for another possible Event 201 COVID-1984 scenario. The original link to the document is in the comments below. And I just added, don't miss Derek Brose's great coverage of this, because Derek wrote about this a while ago. Now, there's plenty of people that covered it before that. I'm not trying to say that he somehow got it before anybody else. My point, though, is that this is the work that's put in from TLAV and Derek in particular about trying to keep you ahead of the curve. The SPARS pandemic of 2025. He wrote about this in 2020, guys. We were looking at the next one already, saying echo chambers and vaccine opposition. Important point, not to get into this too deep now, is just to recognize one thing that really stands out to me in this that we laugh about when we talk about it in like a macabre way, is that they literally outline in this exercise that they lie to people. I mean, you have to realize this is a government engineer. I mean, it's Johns Hopkins and so on, but it's still government. They're at the table doing this exercise, and they literally write into their experiment exercise that they lied to us about the whole thing. And that because we find out, we don't believe the vaccine. It's like, it's just crazy how they write it out exactly. And then we don't think about that. They know they're being dishonest, guys. That's the whole point. Now, says, I'm old enough to remember TLAV asking the same question years ago. Former CDC director makes bombshell COVID claim that, quote, there's a real possibility virus was born in North Carolina, Fort Detrick. Trump's former CDC director makes bombshell claim. And then, of course, Doom makes an excellent point and says, don't forget about Charles Lieber and the overlap with all of that. And I tagged this as well, the Charles Lieber connection from nanotechnology to COVID-19 to technocracy. The point he's making is that this is all interconnected. Lieber being the ones working on the virus-sized particles or virus-sized transistors. And we're talking about things the size of a virus that are basically nanotechnology machines that can, this is from 2011 at Harvard. Weird how we don't talk about these things. Now, the point is that we have to realize whether we're talking about a nanotechnology device, whether we're talking about a bacteria, whatever pathogen you think might exist. The reality is they're working on things at Fort Detrick, and we just played you that clip at the beginning of yesterday, but possibly in the context of something other than a pathogen, dioxins or whatever else. But realize how crazy it is that we can have so much evidence around this. And also, let's be clear, as Danny Rencourt pointed out, there's just as much evidence that would highlight that it might not even be there. Either way, it's interesting to me that he comes out as a Trump supporter now driving this forward, which gives me the worry that we're going to have some U-turn around this where they go, guess what? It was Fort Detrick and it was Biden's administration, or rather whatever they can use it. But I guess it would have to be the administration before him, or blame it on Russia, or blame it on Iran, or who knows where that goes. Interesting. Because remember, even the conversation of anthrax, the argument was originally aimed at somebody else, and they weaved it back through Fort Detrick because there was an admission there, but realized that here, I'll just play the opening thing I played, not the long one, but the quick one, just to refresh your memory about Fort Detrick.
We have over 1,300 documented cancer victims right now, just in a 1 mile radius. I'll be quite honest with you, it's changed my life so radically. Sometimes I don't even know who I am.
1,300 people in a 1 mile radius. And what's causing so much sickness? It turns out all these victims have one thing in common. They live next to a military base called Fort Detrick.
Yep. Now, it's obvious because before that, we had many different examples of the leaks coming out of this. And this is BSL-4. Ebola, coronaviruses, the worst. And there's plenty of history showing you the leaks that come out of this lab, whether they're intentional or not. Anthrax, the whole conversation. And now he's suddenly going, it could have come from there. Well, yeah, no duh. We were talking about this the entire time. But that doesn't mean that he's telling the truth. This could be another deviation. I find the timing to be very, very telling. So let's be on guard, especially with the SPARS point and everything else about whether this is rolled out during Trump's administration for obvious reasons. There's been plenty that have predicted that. Now, we also recently talked about the dioxin issue. And I just want to make sure you didn't miss this. On the 17th, yesterday, we did a specific focus on the dioxin. It's entitled Murder by Malfeasance, Dioxin Contamination, and the Ongoing Cover-Up. Now, I think it's just done. I don't know how anyone could deny the information we're highlighting. It's all very clear, cited from even corporate media, peer-reviewed science, and then a bunch of other tangential and connected information that shows you that we're living in an obvious issue right now across the country, across the world, in fact, around the willful ignorance, the dismissal works, but the idea of just ignoring the problem around how clear it is. I think it's because obviously they don't know what to do about it. But I wanted to include that for something that was shown to me right after I got done yesterday. And this comes from the 11th of November of this year. And it says, failings in the response to East Palestine, train derailment, compounded human and environmental impact. Now, the point we made yesterday is that I spoke to Scott C. Smith again. He's still waiting on the final test results about dioxins in particular, but he reported to me that the EPA is doing the same thing they did in East Palestine, and they're currently refusing to test for dioxins, despite the fact that we know, again, as a matter of fact, that dioxins are produced because of what happened. The question is how much. And they're again refusing to test for them. It's the same point. There's something bigger happening around all this. And it starts in this article from the 11th saying, a study led by researchers at Purdue University in Indiana has delivered a multifaceted overview of the contamination found in East Palestine and its surroundings following what happened. The team's review of released data alongside their own samples highlights gaps in the official response to the disaster. It also reveals that chemical exposure continued for months following the derailment, despite the community returning to the area. Now, it gets into the same stuff we talk about. That's not really what I want to show you. First, just to recognize, just like every other time we've shown you, we were the ones saying this based on the evidence at hand that the radius was too small, and we got shouted down. Now we know, as according to The Guardian, it went 16 states across. We know, according to the reports, they can find, they failed you. They didn't contaminate, or the exposure continued for months, despite what they told you was okay. People to this very day are still getting sick. And on top of that, we now have Conyers, Georgia. We just talked about Bakersfield. These are provable dioxin releases. Now, what I wanted to show you is not just that, but this example. How about the fact that this report is November 2024, right? It's by Purdue University. Wouldn't you think that they have the body of evidence to look at that would report all the information? So there's two things you'd think would be most certainly mentioned by now, right? The fact that it was treated vinyl chloride, which means that they didn't have to blow it up. That was, again, released in court which I bring up every time for those that see me go over this every time, because it's provable. The actual court information is in the source material in this episode. Norfolk lied. It was treated vinyl chloride, and these experts told him it wouldn't explode, which they did not tell the fire chief. So, treated. Well, not in there. I wonder why. Not even chloride or vinyl chloride. Okay, interesting thing to not discuss in an article about exactly what happened there. Okay, so treated vinyl chloride, not even mentioning the fact that that was not okay. That blows my mind because this is public. How about the most obvious, the elephant in the room? Dioxin. Well, look at that. It's not in there. So this is the point that I wanted to make sure that you saw. I should have had this in the last show. On November 11th, 2024, a Purdue University study around what happened there still does not mention dioxins, despite the fact that that was the issue. And even the EPA was forced to acknowledge that. There's clearly some kind of a marching order that they are not supposed to acknowledge this. I argue, just like Stephen Lester said in the Guardian article, it's because they know they'll find it and they don't know how to solve that problem. And you could argue that's by design, as Catherine Austin Fitts argued in The Great Poisoning Dynamic, that this is about lowering lifespans for financial reasons or plenty of other nefarious ideas. Or it could just be that this is something they don't, because they don't care about you. They don't care about the things they pretend to care about. And suddenly because of their restricting regulations or whatever else, this problem grew, even though they knew it was there. But now they acknowledge that it's such a problem that it's actually hurting people, but now they don't know what to do because if they point it out, they still don't know how to deal with it because they don't know how to get rid of dioxins. They don't. But on top of that, once they admit that, it's an easy track back to the point that they didn't do anything about it. They chose to ignore it. So what do? The new EPA person comes in and they go, well, I'm not acknowledging that because then it's on me. So they kick it down the road, like the Vietnam War, like Afghanistan, like everything else, because they don't care about your health. And I'd like to believe Trump and RFK would be different, but sadly, the information continues to show me the same thing. I have hope for a better idea, but I'm expecting the worst. That's just kind of frustrating to me that we're in that position. So let me add these really quickly for you guys. So you included these so you make sure you can check out this information. SPARS as well. And this one. It really is incredible to me how much information we have around all this. But moving on to the conversation of Ukraine and Russia. Now, I could have put this at the end with other foreign policy, but this one kind of overlaps interesting ways with what we're going to get into next. Now, this is a report from antiwar.com. Biden allows Ukraine to strike Russia with long-range U.S. missiles. Now, the point here, to make sure you understand, this is not new. I mean, we've already even had this kind of conversation before already. Now, either way, the reason I say it's not new, whether you never heard about it or not, is because they're already conducting things well beyond what we think is happening. The Times from the UK reported, I don't know, 6 months ago or more, or even more than that, that they were literally flying in. U.S. helicopters were flying in members of the Azov movement and the Ukrainian military into Russia to conduct strikes inside of Russia. Like, I would argue that's far more of a breach than the long range. But either way, the idea that this has been happening or possible that they would be okay with it, that has been going on the whole time. That's what I believe. And I think the evidence shows that very clearly. So the Biden allowing it, to me, just continues to add to the absurdity of driving people to support Trump's administration because they are going to be rolling out some dangerous, nation-shattering ideas that begin the new direction. That's what I believe. And so just like the Kamala and everything else, they basically imploded in a cartoonish way right before all this when they're already bad. They're all the same thing to me, but to a degree that was almost impossible to miss. And now this is the case. And also on top of that, which I'll point out what Trump just said, but I'm still of the mind that it's obvious that if the agenda was to continue this, that Trump would be right on board with it. I think this is about much bigger things now in regard to what Israel's going through, as well as these new rollouts. And this, just like I posited earlier, I don't know, maybe a few shows ago, maybe a couple of weeks, that this would be the one bone you might get thrown. And I think there's one other thing I thought was also possible, which this could be something that they just decide to say, we don't support this anymore. And I would still call that a positive thing, but it depends on how that's done. But my point is always, I'm very skeptical about how any of these things, positive or not, might be used to hide something worse. So this is important because obviously at least publicly shows this. So even if Biden or Putin, which I do think is already well aware of this, is on the spot to sort of respond either way, because publicly it does make a shift. So he has to look, you see my point is there's a lot goes on the stage of it all, where when like Iran and Israel are more in the know about what's going on back and forth, but when they publicly say something, they have to publicly respond. And it's more of a game in a lot of ways. But so this is changing something though, and it could arguably lead to something much more disastrous because of the reality that the Azov movement is a bunch of neo-Nazi maniacs supported by Israel and the United States, and what they can carry out under this could be catastrophic. But we already saw something happen. Now, here's what I think is really important to understand. Ukraine, the Azov movement specifically, that is a proxy element run by the U.S. and Israel, is very clearly conducting false flags, psychological operations, killing civilians. Regardless of whether you've ever cared to look into all of this, it has been one of the most obvious things in the conversation. They were, it's just like with Israel, by the way, and I don't miss the overlap right there because it is clearly funded by Israel, as I pointed out 55 times. They were doing the same thing Israel does now. They're posting videos of them hurting people, sexually abusing people, taping them to post and sticking, all the worst stuff. They were posting that on their own social media. Then in the beginning, the Azov movement themselves posted a video of them dipping bullets into pig fat for use against the Muslim fighters. Of course, they rapidly tried to hide that from everybody, but the point is this is what we're actually dealing with. And so here, hotspot highlights on the 18th, Ukraine tried to blame Russia for hitting a residential area. That's what all the corporate media is reporting. Russia launches massive attack on Ukraine energy, killing at least 7. But a blogger in Odessa went to go review it for himself. So all the videos right here, only to discover that it's a missile that was an American Patriot 80 system. On top of that, Che Bose points out, again, Western client media like BBC, CNN lie about Russia targeting civilians. The deception is endemic. Large pieces of American Patriot air defense missile, which caused the destruction, are clearly visible on this film from Odessa. Now, of course, it's obviously possible that this could have been used in the interest of making you think that it was American. But I do argue that these are not, this exact thing is not readily accessible as easy as other things. But I think it's important to highlight how many times Ukraine has already been caught. The railroad station, Bucha itself, the examples of where, or even the what was it? I'm forgetting what country it was, but the rogue missile, right? That Zelensky continued to argue was Russia, even though the U.S. admitted that it was actually theirs that went haywire. No, it wasn't haywire. That was a deliberate attempt to blame Russia for killing innocent people, and they all just washed it away because it became very easily exposed. So I think this is obviously what we're dealing with here. The evidence continues to be shown that this is an American missile that was used. And I think it's because Ukraine is trying to create the dynamic to justify what they're doing or blame Russia. And I think that's in the interest of anything but stopping what's going on. But here, as Black in the Empire points out, what CNN was saying about Ukraine in 2022, back when it was okay to acknowledge what they really were. So this is not just about the Nazi elements, which, by the way, have been cultivated and grown and funded by U.S. and Israel, which I can prove to you. I'll bring those up as this is down. But about how they're reporting these, whether it's the Donbass or Crimea locations, they're being ethnically cleansed and attacked by the people from Kiev. And remember, post-2014, this was a U.S. puppet government and still is. So CNN is reporting that they were being murdered by these people. You know why? Because originally they wanted you to see all of this because it was going to be blamed on Russia. And that blew up in their face. So here, by the way, and why that's the most obvious thing in the world? Because on a dime, the narrative changed the moment that this thing shifted. So you can't have this and the other be in the same conversation because these are the same people we're talking about.
Petro Poroshenko will have a hard time winning back hearts and minds in this city. As the people of Donetsk sweep up the debris of their homes and livelihoods, they are hardened against a president they say is killing his own people. We are Ukrainian, but they kill us, this man says. So we probably need our own country. But people in Kiev, they are not brothers for us.
Okay, so the people in Donetsk or Donbass in general, for both of them, are clearly of the mind that they want to go somewhere else. And then that's what happens. Then guess what? Just like with Crimea, everyone in the world in the supposed international community, so basically just Europe and the United States, screamed that they were occupied and taken, and Russia's taking territory. Well, you can clearly see that they want to move. So if the point is, it's not okay if they want to move. They're not allowed to declare independence or declare they want to be part of Russia. It's not allowed. They only endorse independence when it's their puppets that are using it or carrying it out when it's not even what it's about, like with the neo-Nazis in Ukraine or the people pretending to protest in Syria that they end up shooting and blaming on Assad. The point is that it's very easy to see that these people had every reason to want to leave. They were being attacked. And then when they finally do, they just pretend that Russia stole everything. Just like Crimea, there was a clear referendum. The vast majority voted for it, and they just pretend that's not the case. Because the people we're dealing with are not just monsters. They're juvenile. They're childish. They act ridiculous. It's almost like they enjoy watching people suffer and ultimately playing out some kind of like with Israel, for example. How often we see the example, like Netanyahu specifically loves to say one thing to the Western media and then run right over to the Israeli media and almost boast about how he lied to everybody or boast about how easy it is to control them. And we all can see that. Not the core element that doesn't look anywhere else but CNN or Fox News, but most people can still recognize, and they know that. And there is an element of that which is something that they actively do, I think. And this is the same thing.
The shells hit these homes days ago, but the tears are still fresh.
27-го, 28-го, 29-го очень сильно. Фактически мы живем под подвалом.
We live on the ground. It was so hard for 2 weeks, especially for 27, 28, 29th. But only today it's quiet.
Извините, я пойду.
Sorry, I need to go.
2 people were killed outside this block of flats last Wednesday. One of them was a 50-year-old woman, the other a 34-year-old woman. Her husband, who won't talk to us, he says he's in shock, managed to make it down to the cellar with their little child, but she just didn't have the time. And this is a story that repeats itself over and over in dozens of apartment blocks with civilians being killed by the constant shelling around Donetsk.
Right. And this is the government that is provably put in place by the U.S. government. That's not I have the clips I can play for you for the 100th time. The difference is simply that they just shifted narratives because the agenda changed because they got exposed. They were building this narrative about how they were being driven by something else. Now let's be clear in case you forget. One of the most important ones is Israel. Rights groups demand Israel stop arming neo-Nazis in Ukraine. This is from 2018, specifically the Azov movement. Doesn't that matter? Isn't it confusing to some people of why they would be funding neo-Nazis? Well, if it's confusing, take the time to look into it because you'll find out it's not that confusing. It's actually historically correct in the sense that that's what they've always done is my point. Now, Ian says the U.S. will provide the location. The U.S. will provide the appropriate warhead. The U.S. provides missile configuration. The U.S. provides satellite targeting guidance. The U.S. provides special forces on the ground and geolocation. They provide the live feed, but then claim they're not involved. Which, by the way, is like whatever left or right person is in that place, it's the same way it goes. And that's about what just happened. It's always that they're like, it's the same with Israel. We don't know. They can answer for themselves while they're basically running the genocide. It's just always how this goes. Now, on top of that, let's not forget $182 billion, 990 million, 182 billion, 990 million. That's how much has gone to Ukraine. Since the beginning of the ongoing, Russia calling it their special military operation, whatever else you want to call it. That is unreal. And really, to consider what's going to Israel right now, it's going to probably pale in comparison. The bottom line is if you think that your country, your government, whether during Trump or Biden, is ever acting in your interest, at least first, your answer is right there. The truth is that's never the case, in my opinion, at least not first. Frankly, my perception on these governments. But the bottom line is, people suffer in this country. Like there should never be a circumstance where that much money is going somewhere else, especially when plenty of people in this country don't agree with it. Some of them anyway. When there are people in this country that can't, because of our government actions, can't feed their family or because of government policy, can't afford their home. It's unreal. Now, I'm not calling for social programs here. My point is simply acknowledging that the government taxes you and uses this somewhere else. How about they just stop taking your money? Now, Elon Musk chimes in and says, well, he responds to the same account that's been lying since the beginning of the Israeli genocide. And he doesn't care, even though he's clearly been, people have called him out for using the things they share that are false. But who knows what's driving their actions? Couldn't be the funding and support from another country. But it says the U.S. cannot force us to sit down and listen at the negotiating table, says Zelensky. We are an independent country, he says. Now, that was worthy of laughing about because of the current reality that the government is not. The country, I would agree with in any current circumstance, but the government that runs that country is a complete bought and paid for puppet regime put in place by the U.S. government in Israel. And this person is well aware of that because he is the puppet in chief, and he's been put in that place, as Scott Ritter laughed about in the beginning, where he literally walked out and spoke to the Azov movement. They laughed at him. They said, "You're ridiculous," because he's not in charge. The point is that clearly they're not an independent entity right now because of what the U.S. government has done. But he says his sense of humor is amazing and laughs about, and there's an article simply showing you in a BBC article saying Ukraine says, highlighting he's a comedian, which I guess to bolster his point. But okay, so he's laughing at the fact. So let's be clear about this. Elon Musk is laughing because this guy thinks he can do what he wants. Isn't that an interesting revelation or an admission in a way? Which it shouldn't be surprising. Let's be clear. The U.S. government is completely controlling with Israel, with the outcome, the Zelensky so-called president himself. They're funding him for sure, but more than that. So first of all, you could argue just the money is why you might say that. We've been giving you so much money, you don't get to decide for yourself. But isn't that contradictory? From the government perspective, which Elon Musk is now a part of, you're supposed to pretend that they are a democracy, and we're just funding them to stop the bad guy Russia. Now, you realize even that's not even the Republican argument is the same. And so he laughs because, no, you can't do what you want because we're in charge. That's the one thing I will always appreciate with Elon Musk continuing the role that Trump brings to the table. Like in Syria, we're going to take the oil. Well, good. You're a criminal and you should be locked up, but thank you for being honest about it. Same thing. Because I already see the sense that they're so, I think they think they have impunity, quite frankly. He's telling you right there. That's, well, funny. They don't run themselves. We do. Oops, not supposed to say that. But here's the next part, which is really important. Maybe it's more than that. November 16th, Zelensky confident that Ukraine's war with Russia, quote, certain to end with Trump in office. What? Okay, so here's what tells me everything, and this is completely my opinion, on the back of what Elon is saying, that this is not about Zelensky's a puppet. He's doing what he's told. So if we're to believe that Zelensky, who's been aggressively pointing out that we can't just stop the war, we have to keep going, it's for the freedom of Ukraine, right? Well, nothing has changed. Russia still takes territory from them. They're still engaged. Ukraine's lost, essentially. And now he's going to say Trump will end the war? Now, let's not pretend like he means Ukraine wins all of a sudden. So he is now backing him up, saying that the war will end with Trump without you getting what you need. So it seems the more important interest is to convince the world that Trump has done something good, even at the expense of Zelensky's reputation, what he said he's fighting for, or Ukraine succeeding. Doesn't that make sense to anybody? It shouldn't, because that doesn't line up at all. To me, it shows that Israel and the United States government are setting the tone for whatever this puppet says out loud. And now they're going, okay, we need a win here, so let's shut this all down. And Israel is focusing on other big things, so we don't care about you anymore, so let's just make this happen. And then we will go forward. That's what I genuinely think. Because to me, that doesn't make any sense at all. But we'll have to wait and see. Now let's talk about the bigger picture of the Trump appointments and the different floating of where this all is supposed to go. Again, with one of the points being right there that they're telling you they're going to end the Ukraine war. Well, here's a clip that adds to that in a bigger picture about supposedly ending all these 3-letter agencies and so on. Alex Jones tweeted, Trump issues emergency World War III warning. You got to love the fever pitch that never stops from Alex Jones. Went to war, fever pitch. It's so funny. It's always about World War III, Civil War, overtake. Like, I just listened to a clip from Bill Hicks going back a long time ago. Or was it not Hicks? Shoot, I'm blank. What is his name now? I think I have it right here. Hold on. It's important to make sure you guys get the Bill Cooper. Excuse me. I was thinking of the other. So Bill Cooper has many clips out there where he just calls out Alex Jones as a complete grifter, which I'd never heard before. I'll grab one and include it for you in case you want to see it, since I wasn't really going to get into that. But I find that fascinating for obvious reasons. Here's just one of them on Brighteon of all places, where he is openly calling out Alex Jones as a complete shill, a manipulator, making things up, talking about World War III to drive you in, which is interesting because people love to conflate the two of them. Like he's the secondary. That's super telling to me. And that should be very telling to people that like Cooper as kind of an origin point of a lot of the independent media direction. I find that interesting. To that point about this issues World War III warning, but he says 47 calls for an immediate ceasefire, so Trump, immediate ceasefire to be declared by Ukraine and Russia to stop the war escalating to nuclear Armageddon. Do you realize how, so look, obviously there's risk to the neo-Nazi element doing all sorts of things. But are we, this is what continues to insult people. I mean, it's an insulting point. It insults your intelligence. For someone like this to never want to get into the Israel, to really talk about the threat of Israel, what they're doing, the leading element they play in the globalist direction, and then to pretend that this is the one we have to stop for the risk. You mean we're not worried about the Samson option? Alex Jones, we're not worried about them and their nuclear weapons. They don't want to acknowledge, even though we all know they're there, as they're openly continuing to ethnically cleanse an entire population. Look, either way, if they can stop the conflict for the interest, whatever their interest, but for the Ukrainian people to stop dying, then yes, it's a good thing. But realize that so I keep trying to tell you is that there are things that are shifting in order to get you to believe that the next step was a net positive, even as they roll you into CBDCs and central social credit and whatever else that I think is coming. To recognize that people like this seem to be completely ignoring the obvious.
Never been closer to World War III than we are today.
Not because of Israel, but because of Ukraine, apparently.
Under Joe Biden, a global conflict between nuclear-armed powers would mean death and destruction on a scale unmatched in human history.
Yeah, I agree. And there's only one element really causing that right now is Israel. Driving Iran, Russia, the United States, Syria, everybody. Driving everybody into a constant, that in Ukraine and Russia, of course there's also a threat, even with the nuclear plant dynamic. But it's incredible to me that you can make this video, that you can share this about a threat to World War III. You're not going to see a similar one of Trump and Alex Jones talking about the Israel dynamic. So you're literally ignoring the number 10 risk on the table and pointing to a number 1 and saying, but that's the one. That is a sidestep. That's not by accident.
It would be nuclear Armageddon. Nothing is more important than avoiding that nightmare. We will avoid it, but we need new leadership. Every day this proxy battle in Ukraine continues, we risk global war. We must be...
Proxy battle. That's interesting. Okay, who exactly is he arguing Ukraine is being controlled by? Does he mean himself? Is that my point? This is one thing I do appreciate, which I don't think is intentional from Donald Trump, is sort of being clumsy about his speech and letting things out of the bag. Or he's pointing to Israel or something else. But yeah, this has always been a proxy war. That's what this is. And they did this on purpose to draw in Russia. Whatever you think about Russia, it's not that they're all good. The point is that at the end of the day, you can prove it, as we did from day one. The evidence has always been there. This was the plan.
Absolutely clear that our objective is to immediately have a total cessation of hostilities. All shooting has to stop. This is the central issue. We need peace without delay. In addition, there must also be a complete commitment to dismantling the entire globalist neocon establishment that is perpetually dragging us into endless wars, pretending to fight for freedom and democracy abroad.
Sure, you think he's going to mention Israel and the obvious overlap of his entire cabinet?
While they turn us into a third world country and a third world dictatorship right here at home.
But to be clear, I'm not laughing. Obviously, that's what seems to be happening. But what's hilarious is he's pointing at what he's pointing at are the Democrats. Like this, again, it's like I was saying earlier, this is worthy of ridicule. That's simply ridiculous in the larger context of what's going on in the world. Overlooking literally everything else. Now, my point is it's not ridiculous because the U.S. government is clearly a part of this, but that's him too. That's everybody behind him. It's absurd to break off just the Democrats and act like they're somehow the new world order. It's all of this government. And there's so many different examples of how both sides of this are a part of it.
State Department, the defense bureaucracy, the intelligence services, and all of the rest need to be completely overhauled and reconstituted to fire the deep staters.
Got it. So we're not getting rid of anything. We're just going to make it ours. We're going to get rid of the ones we don't like, but reconstitute it. So continue is the point. It's quite a bit different than what Vivek is putting forward. But who knows? We'll have to wait and see. But I think it's crazy to pretend that we know. If you think for 1 second, based on what he just said, that means get rid of these agencies, even though that's what's being floated, he said reconstitute. It's not what that word means. And clearly get rid of the deep staters. Guys, his cabinet's packed with them. Again, if they end up being the ones that happen after January.
And put America first. We have to put America first.
Now, that's the only thing they'll hear. The ones that want to pretend that they think whatever that means to them, that's what he means. Certainly could be, but you don't know what that means to him. You don't know what that means to anybody else. You both pretend, America first. Then I'm all for it. Or he could just be lying, because that's totally not possible, right?
Finally, we have to finish the process we began under my administration of fundamentally reevaluating NATO's purpose and NATO's mission. Our foreign policy establishment keeps trying to pull the world into conflict with a nuclear-armed Russia based on the lie that Russia represents our greatest threat. But the greatest threat to Western civilization today is
Israel.
Not Russia.
Nope.
It's probably more than anything else, ourselves. And
ourselves. So I'm sure you can assume he doesn't mean the Republicans and him standing there, right? So who would that be then? Who is ourselves exactly? Can you guess?
Of the horrible USA-hating people.
Okay, who do you think that is, guys?
That represent us. It's the abolition of our national borders. It's the failure to police our own cities. It's the destruction of the rule of law from within. It's the collapse of the nuclear family and fertility rates like nobody can believe is happening. It's the Marxists who would have us become a godless nation worshiping at the altar of race and gender.
Think about saying that while you're doing what you're doing with Israel. God, I mean, it's incredible, the lack of self-awareness or the deliberate deception, misrepresentation. Again, he's almost not saying it for a reason. He's literally, without question, he's saying it clearly, he is saying the Democrats, they're the problem. They're the New World Order. They're the deep state. Oh, all these people that we can literally see every day, they're the deep state, the unelected power structure. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's just become so lazy, guys. And that's my point about the QAnon overlap. Of course, these people are part of a larger, so too is everybody else in our government if we're going to make it that simple. But obviously, I'm of the mind that all of them in Congress are really not that much in the know. Some of them may have a little bit more insight, but the problem is that you have people like this that want to just say, that's that side of our government. That's the only thing, despite how many clear, direct connections the Republicans also have with exactly what we're talking about. And more cases right now with the direct influence to what Israel's carrying out, which is a leading aspect of where this all goes. Guys, I know you're out there listening and you're conservatives and you feel that. You see it and it scares you, but you're afraid to call it out. Have the courage to be clear about this, because that is childishly bad right now. You're trying to make it about, by the way, instead of recognizing the large threat to the world, highlighting Americans. You're pointing at Americans, because that's what this ultimately comes down to. Just like the immigration game, where they make it about the weaponized migration, but they turn around and act like the immigrants themselves, illegal or otherwise, are the enemy, as opposed to the people using them. Your own narratives make it clear that somebody's using them, but then you make them the enemy. It's the same thing. He's turning you against yourselves, even if some people may be even supporting what you think is happening. He's making it about the Americans themselves. You're going to go after the Democrats across the street, as opposed to the government that's putting you in this position, as opposed to the Israeli government that's driving a genocide and creating the very things that Alex and the rest pretend they're fighting.
And environment. And it's the globalist class that has made us totally dependent on China and other foreign countries that basically hate us.
Yeah, it's just, they hate you. They hate you, guys. Oh, kind of like they hate your freedom. Weird. It's like we can't make up new narratives, huh?
These globalists want to squander all of America's strength, blood, and treasure.
Now we're talking about globalists, but he's still meaning the Democrats, despite the obvious globalist interest of most everyone in his current cabinet and the obvious overlap to what Israel's carrying out around the world. The interest of both of them connected to the deep state, the World Economic Forum, the Great Reset, all of the things we're talking about. If you can ignore all of that, including Trump's deliberate and willful and promotion of the Operation Warp Speed dynamic, which was what, if you can ignore all of that and still just go, the Democrats, I don't think you want to see it.
chasing monsters and phantoms overseas while keeping us distracted from the havoc they're creating right here at home. These forces are doing more damage to America than Russia and China could ever have dreamed. Evicting this sick and corrupt establishment is the monumental task for the next president.
Why didn't they do it last time? It's a good question.
And I am the only one who can do it. I'm the only one that can get the job done. I know exactly what has to be done.
Sure sounds convincing to me.
Yesterday, authorized heavy, long-range, precision, nuclear-capable missiles.
Yep, same old stuff. You're going to hear that in just about every Republican talking. Of course, the Republican even connection to my family. So, oh my God, that's the story we should be talking about. See, we should have voted because we knew that would happen. Well, certainly something we always knew was there. Something that was already happening. Something that was already. This is a sidestep. This is a deviation. To me, all of this is about creating something else to point at.
To begin raining down inside Russia.
But he literally just said that he hoped Trump will help end the war. So how does that make sense? So why would he start raining down missiles on Russia? But my point is, I agree, but I think it's about something other than what they're framing it as. And both all of our government and Israel are absolutely involved if they want that to happen. But how does that make sense with what was just said?
Which Putin has said will be an act of war and that Russia will be officially at war with the United States.
Of course, because you're bombing their. Of course that would be. What that is trying to do is get you about the idea, hyped up on the idea this is World War III. If you don't recognize that we've been in a World War III scenario for years now, again, don't wait for them to go, now it's there. Now we're in the thing that we want you to worry about. What's your idea of World War III? Well, multiple countries involved in a state of war. Well, guess what? We've been there since World War II. It's clear. Syria, or every other dynamic. Right now, they're involved in Ukraine. Right now, they're involved with multiple countries in Palestine. Guys, this is already happening. They're just trying to get you on the edge of your seat so you're always waiting for the next shoe to drop, and he is playing a central role in that.
When Biden first floated it 2.5 months ago, Biden made the authorization at 2 p.m. Central yesterday, and then he went out and gave a speech in the rainforest and wandered off into the forest. He couldn't even talk at the podium. Mitch McConnell now gave a press conference and could not talk. That's who's in charge. Trying to start World War III. And
yeah, I'll let that go. It's just so funny. Yeah, it's not even worthy of ridicule. But the point is, ultimately, guys, this is nothing new. Yeah, Biden's senile. They're all ridiculous. Half of Congress is taking senility drugs. The point is that none of them are actually, if we can recognize the overwhelming influence from foreign entities, you can make it Russia or China if you want. Then we have to recognize that there's something else going on. Whether Trump or anybody else, I think you know what I'm getting at. Of course, I think I have that right here coming up next, I think. Yeah, it's right there. We'll come back to it. I just tagged what Greg Reese said underneath. The religious zealots and the left and right cults will now fight each other while their masters deploy the new digital banking system. Never has there been a more important time to question what you're being told. Well, interesting. I wonder why Alex Jones is, Greg Reese is still InfoWars, I guess. It's an interesting overlap. But don't forget what Whitney Webb wrote for TLAV on March 2nd, 2022. Ukraine and the new Al-Qaeda. They're always shifting these dynamics, guys. And this was one there. We're watching another shift take place right in front of us. This is about recreating this. Now, this sort of blew up in their face, in my opinion. But this was always there. You read this, the answers are right there. They always have been. Your government, left and right, are manufacturing a new war. They're manufactured a new boogeyman. But of course, they ended up funding them because it all. The point is always to remember that these things, again, of course, I could be wrong, but these things shift. It's an ongoing thing. So there's always something. And my point is, you can look at their own track record. You look at what they were saying. You can look at the way it was being built. It's clear that there was an agenda, and then it shifted for whatever reason. And now we're tracking that. The point is that you can look through the information here and recognize how clear it is that things not only are going in that direction, but that you are having an effect. That your information and that's why I think these new steps are coming, because it's very clear to them that they're no longer able to completely influence and control the narrative. Now, Dr. Groof says, in regard to Vivek here, speaking about Elon Musk's, him and Elon Musk running Doge or whatever we're going to call it, Says, without tackling the Pentagon and shutting down over 800 military bases around the world, I'm sure there's more than that, all their talk is BS smokescreen. And he tags Vivek. Where Vivek is talking about this, we expect massive layoffs. We expect some agencies to be completely eliminated. Okay, well, let's wait and see. Trump just said reconstituted. Now, of course, Trump could be missing things or rather not giving you the full picture, and Vivek knows more. Maybe Vivek was lied to. Maybe he doesn't know and he's making it up. Who knows until it actually happens? The point is that we should not pretend we know, and we need to hold their feet to the fire every step of the way for what we actually want. Because this less government is a positive, not a reorganization to get rid of the ones you don't like and maintain the focus and use the power at the people that you think should be voted. That's the same thing. That is a new direction weaponized against Americans. But I hope it happens. Now, interesting point as we get into this, the BBC and plenty of others are now saying there's an issue with Elon Musk and apparently his alleged contact with Russia, which again, I think is ridiculous overall. The same thing with Tulsi Gabbard, the rest, despite how my opinion is that they're playing part of the game right now and very clearly have been. At the same time, you can still point out how they're lying about, all these different groups are saying that she's a Russian asset. I think these are ridiculous. My point, though, is that nothing is set in stone right now. Even Elon Musk, again, whether or not he has to be confirmed for whatever fantasy position they've made up for him, it very well could end up where not even he is on this administration because of what happens with the Senate. Just worthy of considering as we go forward. Now, this is already happening, though, and this is what I find crazy. Now, I think what we're seeing with the even appointments, it's sort of an illusory thing in general, guys. Power is not, it doesn't necessitate some position, let alone, especially in a government that's bought off by something else. The point is that the power is already there. And that could shift easily with Donald Trump deciding Elon Musk is irritating him, which kind of does seem to be floated right now, even by Trump's making jokes, but it's all up in the air and it could be just to trick somebody. So we're going to wait to see more as it goes forward. My point, though, is that it rapidly changes around Trump's circle, and we know that. But Elon Musk was apparently in a meeting with an Iranian ambassador on Monday. And this was last Monday. Guys, if you don't realize why this is terrifying, at least disconcerting, then I think you're being blinded by the fact that you just think Elon Musk is the savior, the good guy, whatever. It doesn't matter whether he's the most honest, intelligent, the best person in the world. This is a person who is not currently in a position, who is setting up meetings with an ambassador to a foreign country that there's currently hostile communication with. Even if he had a position, he is not an ambassador. He's not in a position to do that. The Department of Government Efficiency should not be making meetings with an Iranian ambassador. Now, my question is, was this with Trump and did he know about it? If he was, why are we allowing somebody who's not even the current government to have meetings with an ambassador, which clearly influences what may happen between these countries? That's just absolutely wild to me. Why is Elon initiating foreign policy meetings? Now, my point is twofold on this. The one, that's crazy that it's even happening and what the implications could be or what the consequences could be, but also just realizing power when you can see it. The fact that he doesn't even need this position because Trump and them are they're running their own thing. And he's clearly going to be given some level of power, at least right now. That's more power than most people in government have anyway. Now, this is from the New York Times writer. Elon Musk met with Iran's ambassador to the United Nations, Iravani, on Monday, according to Iranian officials. Now, of course, you could also add they made it up. Mr. Musk requested the meeting, and the two discussed diffusing tensions between Iran and the U.S., which, again, is a good thing on paper, if that's actually what they're talking about or actually what he will accomplish. But it could just as easily be the opposite because he offended somebody or whatever else you want to talk about. My point is that's just what they're floating. And just because he even has good intentions, if that's the case, it's the overstep that worries me. The willingness, the hubris of someone like this to think they can even do this right now. That's the kind of oligarch, billionaire, technocrat mentality that scares pretty much everyone that knows what's going on. And again, the kind of superseding of the classical government power structure, which I think is a huge part of this. That's the whole Prospero overlap, which I'll kind of mention again at the end of this segment. I think we're watching some kind of new transition into a new governing structure going forward. Now, that's a little bit more long-term than people want to hear right now, but I see that coming. The technocracy. Now, she goes on to say, the Iranian said the meeting between Musk and the ambassador lasted more than an hour and was held at a secret location. It's very weird. asked about whether there was such session. Now, by the way, couldn't you just, right now, couldn't you make an argument that that was a crime? That you have an American citizen who's not part of the government meeting with a hostile foreign government behind scenes at a closed secret location? Guys, in other parts of I mean, I'm not saying that should happen or is even justified. My point is that in other circumstances, this government would call that a terrorist act. I just think that's really crazy to think about. This is asked about whether there was such a session. Stephen Chung, Mr. Trump's communications director, said, quote, "We do not comment on reports of private meetings that did or did not occur." That's weird. Mr. Musk did not respond to a request for comment. So it's starting to sound like they didn't want this to be heard. The two Iranian officials said that the meeting with Musk provided a workaround for Iran, allowing it to avoid sitting directly with an American official. Yeah, that's pretty wild. Now, look, my opinion would be ultimately that there shouldn't be any legal restrictions on somebody choosing to meet with somebody else of their own free accord. But aside from that, my point is not that I think things should happen, but in the context of what we know this government acts like. Or what about the Democrats suddenly decided to make a case about this? I bet you're going to hear something about this. The idea that they're basically right there saying that they're working around the current government to speak with a hostile country. Guys, people have been arrested for less than that, and I'm not calling for that. In fact, if that happens, I'll be actively defending the fact that he shouldn't be arrested. Even though I feel he's part of a larger thing that's more dangerous, I'll still stand by it because that's what principles are. Either way, that is absolutely crazy to me, and I think we're going to be seeing more about that. Now, in regard to the DOGE conversation, the Department of Government Efficiency, whatever that looks like, there's a lot of conversation coming up right now about how this might even be nothing, that it's ultimately it's a kind of an insult, especially both of them getting the position, which makes no sense, and whether this is even an actual place or even actually becomes a part of the government and it's just a title. I don't know. It wouldn't surprise me, but we're going to have to wait to see what actually happens here. Do we really think we need more government to stop government? I mean, think about how dumb that is. We need to expand the government in order to restrict the government. You don't need a new government institution and multiple new people in order to reduce the government, guys. That's what's so stupid about all this. So we'll have to wait and see what actually happens. But right now, in the midst of it, there's great points being made about why this makes no sense. And this relates to the COVID-19 or the injection mRNA conversation. Dr. Jane Ruby says, you can't make this up. Your new DOGE chief, which you guys all know this already, was making the mRNA biological weapon vaccine all along, which is not new information, but I'm glad to see people starting to see the things that we were all talking about during 2020 and 2021, which this one was 2020. Tesla teams up with CureVac to make RNA microfactories. We were screaming about that. Musk says, to be clear, he says, I do support vaccines in general and COVID vaccines specifically. The science is unequivocal, he says, in 2021. Now, I think he's changed somewhat what he says, but I haven't heard him explicitly. Tell me, shed something to me if you have something else where he's coming out saying these are deadly and hurting everybody. But that is what he said, and he said that in multiple interviews too, so it wasn't some one-off thing. And there's just more in the same information, showing you the Tesla and the rest of it. CureVac, now this is the new one, November 5th, 2024. CureVac to present at the 12th International mRNA Health Conference. So this is not stopping is the point. And with Vivek part of this, with Vance and Teal and the rest of all having their fingers in this pie, this is not going away. Of all the things for people in the conservative side of this to ignore, how is that possible? Now, Whitney points something else out about the overlap here. And this is Vivek saying a reasonable formula to fix the U.S. government. See, my point is, how about we don't need it at all? A Malay-style cut on steroids. Again, this is one of these fake libertarians, like a lot of what's happening lately, like Teal himself. Here's what Whitney says. Malay has been proposing replacing the ministries he wants to axe with Facebook AI and Google AI. Yeah, quite the libertarian outsider, right? She says, I have a feeling the Department of Government Efficiency is going to follow a similar playbook, and we will have a Silicon Valley running the government even more under the guise of efficiency. That's what I'm talking about. The idea of this kind of subtle shift when they want, it's still the government, guys. It's still the government. But like in Prospera, if they win this lawsuit, the point is they're still there, but they don't have any power. All the money, all the influence, all of the control is ceded to this entity who won the law. So that's my point, is that is a trial balloon for me in the concept of technocracy. If we see this shift, And what she just described takes place, where you have a Silicon Valley as sort of dynamic running the government under the guise of efficiency. Is that government actually in charge, or are they sort of the sit-in puppet that we look to, sort of like the presidents of European countries that act underneath the European Union, if you will? It's not exactly the same, but it's an analogy to look to, because we can see that right now clearly. Where the real power is the von der Leyen high European Union dynamic. In this case, I think this is what we're seeing. It says no wonder Zuckerberg and Bezos are trying to rebrand as libertarian right now. Exactly. Just in case you are wondering why I think this would not be positive and why I think Malay's proposals in that regard are not positive either, both Facebook and Google, from their origins to now, are deeply connected to the U.S. military and the CIA, which is just like everybody else in Trump's cabinet, and have shown time and time again, everybody else, but the point making, the inner circle for sure, have shown time and time again that they are garbage when it comes to data protection and privacy. I would argue that's by design. And they have openly helped to create a global panopticon for U.S. empire. The people that created or run those companies are not counter elites, as some now claim, which is a lazy argument. They are long-time collaborators with the deep state and advocates for building a hellish neocon feudal surveillance hellhole that most of you people were against 2 years ago. I agree. I think that's exactly the point. This person says, because the current system hasn't been absolutely terrible with data privacy and protection. Always the snide response. Who's saying that? She says the current system involves these same companies extensively. I am saying giving them more power is bad. Spoon feeding. The point is clear, guys, that just because you want to see it through the lens of these guys are on my side doesn't change the outcome. And as I said before, even if it ends up being positive for 4 years, what happens when Democrats win again? Right? Or are you going to create a world where that's no longer possible, doing the exact thing in reverse that they were just saying the Democrats are trying to do? See, this is the point, guys. And I'm going to show you examples like this in a second, where we see the woke right just as bad as the woke left, or whatever you want to call it. They're just two different flavors of the same ultimate thing. Now, Jason Bassler points out, is it just me, or does DOGE, Department of Government Efficiency, look like it's shaping up to be yet another Washington think tank? I want to see Elon and Vivek take a chainsaw to government waste too, but how will it be funded? What authority will it have? Let's answer these questions before celebrating. That seems like a very logical thing to say. But of course, you get a lot of reflexive dismissal and outrage and black-pilled accusations and whatever else seems to be trendy right now. He cites the article that says, what do you know about Trump's Department of Government Efficiency, led by Elon Musk and Vivek? Well, one point it says is DOGE is not an official government department, raising questions about its power and how it will be operating. Now, that doesn't mean it could be something new they create, and it could be exactly what you think it is. But the point he's making is we don't know yet. That's always the point. The important part of this is that we have to make sure we understand what happens before we start pushing people back from criticizing what may happen, or at least being skeptical of how it rolls out. Now, this person says, this has been my running theory, what Whitney said earlier. What if the DOGE play is really about forcing AI into major aspects and functions of the government under the guise of increasing efficiency? One of the many possibilities, when all these people are champions of their good version of AI, what do you think they're going to use in a lot of these ways to make it more efficient? That's a no-brainer for me. And this is what will frustrate a lot of us, is that if it was anybody other than Trump and Elon Musk, these very people would be screaming about why that might be a problem. Now, here's what David Icke said, and I shared this in the beginning. He says, I really hope that Kennedy does what he says he will. And here he is next to Rabbi Shmuley, which is just a crazy overlap. But the theme continues. Here's Ramaswamy, captures the moment, past the sick bag. Now, this, remember, was a very weird dynamic that happened out of nowhere. And Rabbi Shmuley was basically leading him around interviews, standing up and answering for him on stage. It was very, very weird. And he's been different ever since, as far as I can say, at least in the context of Israel. Very crazy to me. Now, here's that's what Vivek just said. Now, this is very important because you may agree with everything he's saying, but let me be clear about this. If you do, you're wrong. What he's saying is fundamentally, verifiably incorrect in every possible way. It's disconnected from the evidence of history. It's disconnected from the current international law dynamics. Everything about what he's saying is completely, blindly pro-Israel, counter to the facts at hand.
But these are decisions for now is the moment for Israel to return to its founding premise. The Jewish state has an absolute right to exist. A divine gift, gifted to a divine nation, charged with a
gifted for sure, handed to them by the British government, the Balfour Declaration. So we get rid of this notion about God giving them the territory. This is a narrative, guys. They were given it by a government, which had no right to do so.
Divine purpose. Israel has an absolute and unequivocal right and responsibility to defend itself to the fullest, applying the only language that its adversaries understand, the language of force.
Right. So, of course, it's only about defending yourself. Let's ignore the many different atrocities and Nakbas and ethnic cleansing and open genocide they're carrying out. All defense. Okay, anybody making that argument right now, according to literally every position of influence, power, international law, lawyers, other than people invested in this or lying for Israel for whatever reason, will be calling this person out. That is a dishonest position, and he's either that blind to reality, which would be alarming for somebody in any kind of position, let alone efficiency, or is lying to you for whatever other reason. That's very concerning to me, how many people, everybody around his circle, who are willing to just directly ignore every dynamic of international law that relates to Israel, every fact of history, every provable example of how they funded Hamas, how they allowed one thing or other to happen or ignored this or hurt their own people. It's so crazy how obvious all this is. And he wants you to believe that they're just defending themselves and that the only thing that the other side respects is violence. You mean the women and children, the ones currently starving, all the doctors from other countries that are being killed, the World Central Kitchen, the UN members, that all counts too? Guys, there's no way you can make this argument and believe that you have the facts behind you. There's just no way. And so that, to me, completely shows you who this person is and what side he's on. And it's not even about Israel versus you. It's about the side of the truth and caring about people's lives. You think that, so think about this. If you're talking about the idea that you think all the genocide that's happening, all the murder and the children starving and all the everything is okay, because that's what he's saying. And you want this person to be involved with changing what you deal with or being involved with mRNA technology? My God, let's have some wherewithal. Let's recognize what we're looking at.
So what would David Ben-Gurion say today?
Because it matters what the original prime minister of Israel who committed atrocities and bragged about it, that matters what they think we would do today, right? As if there's some kind of noble origin to this. Herzl himself, the founder of Zionism, was open about their hatred for Jewish people. He is the founder of Zionism. It's written in there's many provable examples of written down. On top of that he was an atheist. And the origin point from Israel itself. You can show some of these people today, the ones that were still discussing this, laughing about the torture, about the rape. And today we can still see that happening. There's just no missing what you're looking at, which is why this is out of the bag, guys. The world has largely already known this, but people across the Western world are aware of this. And here he is standing on stage, just straight up making things up to you.
I would say don't depend on anybody else's fleeting sympathies or permission to do it. If Israel and Mossad want to pull off Munich 2.0 and take out every last leader of Hamas,
which to them means whatever they want it to mean, even your government is calling people Hamas who are Americans protesting for Palestine. Doesn't that seem concerning? That he's about to give them the green light to go after you if they say you're Hamas?
Wherever they may be hiding, from Doha to Dresden.
Oh, great. What about in Florida? What about Spain? Right? What about the UK? Does that count too? Well, he just made it clear, yes. Now, you can argue he's speaking off the cuff, but that matters, guys, because you have to realize they are giving them a green light, no conditions, no matter what. For 1,000 years, Trump says, these people are showing you their true colors. There is no conversation where you don't consider a group supporting genocide and ignoring the law they claim they want to protect, or your safety and rights, however you want to look at this. Every single thing is on the table, and they're proving to you that they don't care as long as Israel's in play.
Host a red wedding at the Four Seasons in Qatar the next time Haniyeh and Mashal show up.
Okay, so a reference to Game of Thrones, and we're going to kill everybody in the room. just to get them. Well, sure, they did Jabalia refugee camp. There's 10 different examples of them killing hundreds of people to maybe get one. There's never been a time where that was legal. Nothing they've been doing from day one has been legal, but these people are okay with that and passionately arguing they should continue it.
They should go ahead and do it. If Israel wants to, at long last, abandon the myth of a two-state solution, Israel should go ahead and abandon a two-state solution.
The myth, okay? So let's be very clear what he just admitted, whether he meant to or not. They've never been okay with that. They've been lying to everybody the entire time to make it seem like the boogeyman Palestinians that they've had under their thumb for 76 years are the ones that don't want it, even though they've been actively fighting for most of the things that they pretend they don't want the entire time. He just said it, the myth that they don't, this is the clear point about the funding of Hamas.
So are you saying Benjamin Netanyahu deliberately boosted Hamas to try to prevent a Palestinian state?
Yeah, sure. He deliberately and systematically even told, is on record, whoever wants to avoid the threat of a two-state solution has to support my policy of paying protection money to the Hamas.
So what we did, with the permission of our Prime Minister, is to let Qatar to transfer a huge amount of money in cash, probably more than $1.4 billion. By doing it, we increased the power of Hamas. We did everything in order to make sure that Hamas will go on controlling Gaza, and Palestinian Authority will control the West Bank, so they will fight each other.
Netanyahu.
The rest of the Arab world can absorb Palestinians just as the Jews absorbed their people out of 22 countries they were kicked out of since 1948.
Just, guys, these are provably false narratives, right? The idea that somehow, like, the reality of this that's even backed up by Jewish communities that are honest about this, that still point this out, is that ultimately Palestinians accepted them, and they ultimately are the ones that ended up turning around and hurting the Palestinians that accepted them into their homes and into their area. On top of that,
out of 22 and abandon a two-state solution.
The idea that they can just dump them in other places. Who cares the fact that they have a legal right to the land, which the UN and even Israel have admitted to over the years, and now we pretend that's not the case, right? That they have a right to their territory, which is illegally occupied according to every international legal dynamic that we've talked about. This is what Francesca Albanese has been harping on. We'll get to at the end if we get to it today. Very clearly that this is something that we can prove. So you can't pretend that you're going to push them into somewhere else and that's the fault of them for being there. That means that you don't care about anything you're discussing. Ethnic cleansing, genocide. You are killing people to remove them from their territory and acting like it's their fault. You can't pretend like these are honest or good people.
The rest of the Arab world can absorb Palestinians just as the Jews absorbed their people out of 22 countries they were kicked out of since 1948. The Islamic world cannot continue to condone the slaughtering of Jews while continuing.
The slaughtering of Jews. So right now, that's all that's happening. Vivek, you're literally going to brush over a genocide of an entire people, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, according to the Lancet. And you're going to say the slaughtering of Jews? You can't brush over the one day that this happened on October 7th? Now I'm talking about post-October 7th. Clearly, there's other examples in history, obviously. The point is what we're saying is in this context, on October 7th, yes, they were Jews and other people who were not Jews, but I guess we don't care about them, who were killed. And a lot of them were killed by Israel. And he knows that, doesn't care. On top of the fact that what happened was a legal act of armed resistance according to international law, no matter what you want to say, the crimes around it were still crimes. And then every single day since, Israel's been murdering innocent people, including more of their own people. And he brushes over a year of genocide by saying they can't condone the slaughtering of Jews. Where else are you talking about, Vivek? Are you now trying to reference this ongoing lie about a rise of anti-Semitism? And even within that, which are mostly lies, there's no death. Think about pretending like a year of ongoing murder of people is not part of the conversation. There's few things that are less offensive than that.
To disown the Palestinians. That is the hard truth. that neither member of either political party is willing to speak out loud to the Arab world.
Right, because there's only two people and two parties, right? Of course. Left-right paradigm, lesser of evils. Nobody on either of the sides we allow you to look at agree. Except there's a hell of a lot of the people. Even Jill Stein disagrees with you, but she doesn't count, right? And I'm not saying I support her. I'm just saying it's embarrassing how in lockstep they are with a very clear point. These people are being directed or have decided themselves that this is where we're going. That's what I see it as. It is very clear. He's a very passionate, he's like an Obama version, a very, very passionate and well-delivered liar. And it's like everybody else in his cabinet. Now, again, here's Greg Reese. The religious zealots, like him, or at least pretending to be, and the left-right cults will now fight each other while their masters deploy the new digital banking system. Never has there been a more important time to question what you're being told. 100%. Here's another Republican out there who I've got plenty of gripes with over the years about things that are provably false, that are shared, and whatever else. The point, nonetheless, is he's saying, so here's what's amazing to me. After Trump loyalists just suffered through 8 years of political persecution, which is something I often point out, being called a racist or an anti-Semite for wearing a red hat, and now you're turning around and trying to tell people they should be deported for having an opinion about Palestine or censored, which is also happening. He's saying political persecution, weaponized government, total violation of civil rights, and unlimited government tyranny turned against them. They are now all lining up to support Zionist Israel, a regime that carries out political persecutions, weaponized government, civil rights violations, unlimited government tyranny against Palestinian civilians. And you, by the way, you would think if anybody would have learned the human cost of evil government regimes, it would be the Trump loyalists. Yet they are ready to unleash Netanyahu and the IDF on innocent civilians in Gaza, Lebanon, the West Bank, and in many ways, you guys. Almost as if conservatives learned nothing in the last 8 years. Now, I would argue it's not conservatives. It's Republicans. It is the team sport politics of it all that are really driving the bus. And a lot of the conservatives that do see a lot of this just don't know what else to do. That's by design. But that they've learned nothing over the last 8 years, other than how to acquire power, weaponize it, and deploy it against humanity, or as they might see it, against their adversary, the Democrats, which is just a cycle of never-ending aiming this at yourselves. You're aiming it at the American people while the government is tricking you into doing so. It says not a good sign. All the talk of making America great again means nothing if America doesn't have a moral standard as a guiding principle. That's the whole might is right point that I'm often making. Is it about just being powerful and in control? Well, to a lot of Republicans, that's the case. But I argue most people are fighting for something better than that and being tricked. But it says all the talk. It says bombing hospitals, apartment buildings, churches, mosques, refugee camps is not a moral activity. It is a war crime, and Trump is lining up his legacy to be a war criminal regime of the U.S. history if he doesn't divorce himself from the Zionists, which is far too late for that. Now, I'm glad he's pointing this out, and he deserves credit for that. It's important to be skeptical all the time, but I find this hard. I find this hard to digest without seeing that he has turned a corner. Either way, I agree completely. David Icke pointing out Ben Averbuch saying 10 days after Trump's historic landslide, Peter Thiel sat down with Barry Weiss for his first post-election interview. Gee, I wonder how that happened. The Silicon Valley legend revealed that what really happened behind the scenes and why 2024 wasn't just an election, it was a revolution. God, they're so desperate to get you to think that these elitist deep state technocrats having power is you winning, just like Donald Trump last time. Same point we made last time, guys. It seems like they can't make up something new. That it was ultimately these people that were like hardcore, like anarchist, libertarian, were suddenly like, we won, Trump got elected, it's all over. And they became statists. And look what happened. You won and the Democrats are in power. Oh, wait a minute. How could you win? But because didn't change. Nothing changed. You were under the illusion something changed. Same thing. And this guy is leading that charge, it seems, at least one of the main people involved. The point is Barry Weiss, interesting, right? Seeing how she came into Elon's orbit during the supposed Twitter files dynamic. And then boom, she writes an article about how they're all on our side now. Peter Thiel and the counter elites. God, it's just so lazy to me. I just don't know why people can't see through this. Here's what David Icke said. Oh, I'll make sure it wasn't, more below here. Saying this wasn't just another election. The machine threw everything at Trump. Now, that's one of the easy things that people point to. And yeah, it's not an invalid point. You know, they claim they were assassinated him 4 times, and I question all of it, quite frankly. Or the idea that they tried to go after him legally, right? Tried to do this, tried to do that. Okay, well, you know, it's a fair point, and I could be wrong. But how did it end up? That was my point while it was happening. Did he go to jail? Well, it's not that it didn't happen, like he was saying before. It doesn't prove anything. But my argument was simply, if they wanted to kill him, if they wanted to get this done, the powerful people could make that happen. To me, it was seemingly orchestrated to rationalize the idea that he was the internal fighter, the one fighting for you, just like last time. And I swear to you, I just hope that I'm wrong. To me, they didn't throw everything at Trump. They threw a few agendas at him that made it look like he was fighting into the power when he is literally immersed with that. Criminal charges, ballot changes, 3 more. Well, that seems like a very few things. At the end of the day, ultimately what happened was a bunch of narrative and conversation. Now, the one about the ear situation, I don't know what happened there, but I know for sure that you would not have no mark on your ear no matter what you want to talk about. Even Joe Rogan was weird about it. There's clearly something off there. Now, the easy answer is that he just lied about how bad it hit him, or in general, because he wanted to hype the whole thing. But then they got the blood to explain. Something about it just doesn't add up. And anybody honest with themselves definitely can see that. Now, but I'm not saying I know the answer. But overall, most of it seemed to be a bunch of floated concepts, even the legal aspects of it. Yeah, there's a lot that happened. Money was spent, but what was the outcome? My point is these people are all provable criminals. So if they really wanted to go after him, they could have. Instead, they went after things that we all know are flimsy and meant to fail, in my opinion. He says the signs were there, but most missed them. Polls showed a blowout. Silicon Valley leaders switching sides. Yeah, guys, all that really shows you is that nobody have any principles. They go along with power, or that this was the choice this time. Anyway, you get the point. He's coming out. He wants you to think Trump's the year. We conducted a revolution. We won. Now it's over, right? Now we're in power until they can possibly win next time, if that's what you believe is happening. Well, it doesn't sound much like some kind of success to me. The point is, it will be a revolution, all right, for Silicon Valley billionaires like him and his mate Musk. Thiel's revolution, in quotes, is not a people's revolution, not when he's on the steering committee of the Bilderberg Group and with fingers in every agenda pie. His Palantir technology serves the military and intelligence networks. How do you decouple that, guys? At home and abroad, just like Musk, by the way. And so how appropriate that he sits at the center of the Trump psyop. He says, the old system is dying. That's my point, by the way. The only question is what replaces it. We know what you want to replace it, an AI-dominated, digital-dominated great reset that you are selling as a people's revolution. He says, I'm sure that Zionist journalist Barry Weiss questioned him vigorously. Now, as always, the point is because I know how people are so quickly resistant to the idea that we're just poo-pooing on everything good. Nothing has happened yet. So if and when this rolls out and there's clear net positives and we're still going, no, I hate him and I'm going to poop it. Well, that would be stupid. That's like people that were angry that Trump had a positive thing because they just hate Trump. Well, if it's positive for Americans, then stop being a child. My point is that right now we have every reason in the world to doubt this. And you're basing your thoughts on hope, which maybe you're right. And I share that hope. But that's like I said before. It's like saying, okay, well, we're stuck in mud and you're telling me not to point that out. I think I might even have the tweet pulled up. So I've read it twice. But I think that's really frustrating that we are being pushed back from pointing out obvious criticism before we even see the outcome. Decent News says, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, a bunch of oddball outsiders ran against an insular band of out-of-touch elites, and they won. Peter Thiel is the vanguard of those anti-establishment counter-elites is the premise here. Again, elites inherently mean that they're better than you, guys. The definition of the word means they are your betters. So if we were going to talk about this, we'd be talking about elitists, meaning they think they're better. That's not what we're talking about. So she's pointing to people that she wants you to think are your betters, but they're your betters that we're supposed to trust. Barry Weiss is part of this. And so as she got pulled into the weird Twitter files thing, when that didn't seem to make sense, there's bigger pictures behind the scenes here, guys. And it very clearly overlaps with Zionist Israel. There's no question there. So I think we're watching this play in front of us, like literally play out a play in front of us. Oh, and then don't forget Weinstein said the same thing. Can't be certain, but I think Elon's on our side. Joe Rogan, well, yeah, we know. I hope so. I think everything else in the world points to the opposite. Again, same kind of thing. Peter Thiel reluctantly agreed with Elon Musk's belief that if the Democrat Party won, it could consolidate power into one party state, which, by the way, is, I can promise you right now, what the Republicans are trying to accomplish, because that's how this works. But since I didn't want to believe Elon when he said it, so I texted him and I told him I hadn't believed you when you said this at first, but I think it's because psychologically I don't want to believe it. The sense is in which I felt that he was correct was if Trump, with much better substance and much better on so many things, could not win in 2024 against the machine, then the machine would always win. How is that any different than any other election before this? Just because they float these ideas tangibly on paper, it's the same damn thing. So, don't question, don't man the mind behind the curtain, right? I just want you to keep following along with whatever they're all high-fiving about. David Icke says this is bloody hilarious. The bare-faced cheek of it. AI mogul Peter Thiel, who is part of the machine through intelligence and Pentagon serving CIA-funded Palantir and the steering committee of the globalist Bilderberg Group, says the democracy was over if the machine had stopped Trump winning the election. They have no shame. I agree. It seems pretty silly.
Elon gave people a great deal of cover. It certainly seemed incredibly dangerous to me what he did, incredibly courageous. What would have happened to him if what? If under this weird guise that you pretend you're fighting the deep state? You guys are literally contracted with the government, with intelligence, with the CIA. If we're pretending like that's not part of the deep state, please explain for me what you're pointing at here. Is it just China, Russia, or the Democrats alone, even though we know who they are and they're not unelected power structure? Clearly, you guys are immersed with what would be the threat. So unless you explain how that makes sense, these people are ridiculous. If Trump would have lost, and then certainly it was, maybe all of the rest of us can be a little bit more courageous than we otherwise were going to be. But God, that's just bad. You see, what's funny to me? These people are terrible about their presentation. Like Elon Musk is the same. They're horrible public speakers. And that's why if they were ever interviewed, like that one person asked the one real question about Israel, and Peter Thiel basically lost it, not like in an angry way, but just like just stuttered and didn't know what to say. If Barry Weiss was actually a real journalist, there would be plenty of hard questions you could ask him that he wouldn't be able to quietly stumble along with a meaningless sentence that really goes no. He's giving you narrative control, and she's nodding along because that's her job. Don't forget, as Corbett wrote, the strange story of Peter Thiel, again, the main point in the beginning saying, what do you call someone who identifies as a vegetarian but consistently eats veal? Well, you don't call him a vegetarian. That's the same point about being a libertarian, guys. He is somebody, as he writes, who spent his entire career actively collaborating with governments, militaries, intelligence agencies in an effort to entrench himself, enrich himself, and grow with the power of the state. Totally libertarian, right? That goes for Trump, for Musk, for Vance, for every single one of them. So all these libertarians pretending this is, I hope you're right, but there's no reason to pretend they're on the same team you think you're on. Now, here's my point about it in general, is you can argue that even all of that there, that he is suddenly fighting for you. So then why lie about what you are if you're just an insider deciding to fight against everything? Because they want you to identify with them. Most likely because what they're showing you has nothing to do with who they actually are. Now, I'll include this as well, the conversation of the prosperous city. Now, what's funny is there's somebody who knows somebody that's in part of this, who was in, they were saying they might be able to set up an interview, but apparently that's fallen apart, just like I thought, because the ultimate point being is that these people would never, I argue, interview with somebody who's going to ask real questions, because there's no question. If you look at the information, this is not a libertarian city. This is the illusion of this whole freedom city idea that they're conflating. That's not me doing that. They're comparing these two things. That is really a technocratic takeover of this location. And don't forget, the reason they're able to do this in Honduras is because the U.S. government conducted an illegal coup in 2009, which then allowed, and on top of that, they removed judges to put new ones in order to make this pass. to create a special development zone, which is like right out of the sustainable development goals. And then working with Prospera to create the Tech Libertarian Freedom City, which is now encroaching on new territory within the area, which is totally libertarian. On top of that, they have now removed the law and they don't care. Sounds like a perfect libertarian city, doesn't it? Guys, this is a technocratic takeover with the U.S. government support. Hopefully you can recognize how concerning that is. Now, let's get into the cabinet picks and so on. I wanted to start with one thing that I thought was really interesting. Now, there's a lot of BS flying around, in particular from a lot of these platforms trying to hype up the internal political divide, because the game right now is to get you, just like always, hating your neighbor. So you're not looking anywhere else, but it's being ramped up in really cartoonish ways. Now, this is interesting to me because this is something he publicly said, but not the way that it highlights it in the title, which is kind of the point. But what's interesting is this kind of woke left, woke right, or whatever the terms you want to use, how they're all ultimate. Like, my point would be that the left is calling for censorship, and then the right calls for the same thing, but that one's a justifiable one in your mind. Well, you're both doing the same thing. It both amounts to the government giving itself power to suppress your speech, even though that's not something it's your inherent rights are not something that can be removed. They can just choose to disregard them. So in this case, same kind of thing. Trump, as the title reads anyway, from the Black Information Network, Trump suggests reparations for white victims of racial discrimination. Now, what he actually says, actually, I think I've got the clip here. No, I don't. I'll just read it for you. It's exactly what it reads out. He says, a portion of the seized funds will be used. And, well, you know what? I should just play it for you real quick since it's more easier to see. And this is pretty interesting to me, because what we're talking about is the college dynamic again, and that overlaps with free speech. So ultimately, he's saying that at these colleges, they've been using, as he writes, racial discrimination is what he says. And he's not wrong. In fact, as we'll point out in a second, that the Republicans in particular have been calling out this negative, the hate and action against white people in general. Weirdly, what he's not pointing to, though. Explain that for me, Republicans. Nonetheless, he's talking about the Palestinian overlap, Hamas supporters, and so on. But what he's saying is that these colleges aren't going to be allowed to do this, and ultimately point to the idea that they're putting out anti-Semitic propaganda and so on. But either way, what he's talking about is victims of this. He's going to take the money he seizes from them and give it to those victims. Now, whatever you want to think, however justified that you think it is, tell me how that's different than the same conversation. That you have people that you feel were wronged, and government's going to step in and take money from them and give money to you because you were wronged. Is that not the same thing? So what's crazy is that if you're over here screaming, rightfully so, which I would agree with, that the idea of reparations is something that we should not be allowing, and then you support this, it simply makes you a hypocrite. And that's, I think, a larger problem with what's going on in the partisan world, is that is actually something they're almost it's almost like an internal joke that we know we're doing it, and it's about getting them back, and then you just don't acknowledge that publicly. We all see that. It seems to be popping up everywhere. So here's the clip of him sort of outlining, proposing anyway, what this will be. I'm still grabbing it here. Okay. I'll grab the video for you. Where is it now? There it is.
Furthermore, I will direct the Department of Justice to pursue federal civil rights cases against schools that continue to engage in racial discrimination and schools that persist in explicit, unlawful discrimination under the guise of equity will not only have their endowments taxed, but through budget reconciliation, I will advance a measure to have them fined up to the entire amount of their endowment. A portion of the seized funds will then be used as restitution for victims of these illegal and unjust policies that hurt our country so badly.
Oops, am I muted? So ultimately, my point is that's the same thing. Whatever mental gymnastics you do to try to make that into something different, which it is a different flavor, but of the same exact problem. So you have this. The way they now, what's interesting, I guess you could read it. I guess you could argue that he is more so leaning towards that conversation. But my point is that it doesn't matter. It's the same idea. And if you're okay with that while disagreeing with other conversations of reparations, well, then you're just a hypocrite. Simple as that. My point is always the same. The government should not have this ability. We should be wanting less, not calling for more government intervention in our lives. Even if you think it's about righting some wrong in doing the same thing, it's simply continuing to allow the problem to exist. It's an easy way they trap partisans into continuing to support exactly the same problem as long as they benefit for 4 years. Right? That's what people like Lark and Rose always point out, that really it's about demanding that the other side do what you say they have to for 4 years. Now, Donald, this is something Elon Musk shared, I've showed earlier, but saying Donald Trump is back on X and showing all the goosebumps. And this person says about 27 million Trump derangement syndrome sufferers' heads just exploded. This is old. This is from August 12th. And I just said, you're right. The woke left and the woke right are losing their minds over this, over Trump in general. One of them are outraged because he's in power. The other one is almost like girls at an Elvis concert screaming about how happy they are because he got in. Neither side is capable of seeing their own derangement or delusion, yet can't stop pointing out the other side's problems, which are often embellished, if not outright fabricated. Most people seem to be able to acknowledge that, even those that support him. So talking about this one, which is the main point of the title today, this is a very alarming, and kind of those first points are similar, right? The idea of the reparations point, it's about doing something that adds to the problem that you were calling out before, but in a different way. And we've talked a lot about the immigration discussion, how that's being used to convince you to take steps just like this, creating the justification for the digital ID, creating the justification for biometric scans and the biometric wall, creating the justification for whatever they want to use it for. In this case, of course, the information we've shown before about how I think that Israel is playing a central role in creating that for other reasons as well. But now Trump has confirmed plans to declare a national emergency, which I can't believe Republicans in any context are okay with that based on what we just came from, especially since he was the one that initiated the first one for COVID, using specifically military, or as Fitton points out, military assets for mass deportations. There's so many things about this that are unconstitutional, that are oversteps, that are just simply a growth of the power of the government that I just don't understand why people who are calling for less aren't screaming about. All because we've been wrapped up in this idea that these people are the only thing we should care about. Look, I've pointed this out many times. If there are people who are here illegally, yes, that's a crime and that should matter. But arguably, there's much more important things that we should be focusing this time on, and none of which should allow the government to have more power. Simple. But of course, in a central point, these things do matter, especially when it comes to the voting dynamic. But instead of dealing with this in ways that we currently have power for or currently have money going toward, we end up creating more funding, less freedom, more influence, more encroachment on your rights, more restriction of your freedom in this country. As much as you may not want to believe that with what's happening right now. Now, going in this article, it says, President Trump on Monday confirmed he would declare a national emergency to carry out his campaign promise of mass deportations of migrants living in the U.S. without legal permission. Now, even within that, there's an opaque aspect. Now, just so you can see it right here. Oh, that's right. I wanted to show you this. Isn't this strange? This happened for me while I was on Truth Social. For those in the podcast, the entire website just blurred out for me. You can see that I still can click on things. Like it still has the ability to highlight, but it's fuzzed out. Now, for me, I couldn't get this to go away until pretty much right before the show, and I was able to refresh this, and it came back right here. No, that's, who knows? Could just be a glitch. But to me, how was that a glitch? That seems like a feature or a function of the website that was initiated. You guys can decide. I find that to be pretty weird. In any case, here he is, Fitton saying, good news, reports coming in that Trump will prepare to declare a national emergency using military assets to reverse the Biden invasion through mass deportation, even though that's obviously an inversion of the reality in and of itself, which I'll show you in a second, coming from people like Rubio, who's apparently about to be part of his administration, who were actively fighting for Venezuelan immigrants to flood the country. Funny how we blame all of it on one thing. It's all about controlling the narrative, guys. But my point is, Trump says, true. No, that's his account. That's endorsement. So my point is, even right here, talking about mass deportations of migrants here without permission. Okay, hypothetically, well, I don't even think that's necessary since I think we already know that they've called this out. What about the ones that were given amnesty by Biden's administration? Now, I know they disagree with that because they've made that very clear. You can't just wave a wand and give them. Well, technically, even though I disagree that that shouldn't happen, yes, they can, because these people have the power to do what, I mean, look at Trump executive order. They showed us already they can do whatever they want. Even legally speaking, yes, the president can do that. If they can just snap their fingers and declare war criminals no longer war criminals, yes, it's the same conversation. But I also agree that neither should happen. Doesn't mean it won't. That's what people like me are fighting to change. But see, people like this are fighting to keep it going in their direction while maintaining it, is my point. But either way, the point is, what about those ones who have technical legal status because they waved that wand, but they don't like that, so they just disagree with it? Will they allow that? Will they deport them? Right? What about people? What about all sorts of different dynamics that include people, or even getting into the idea of the foreign jihad supporters or people that support Hezbollah, none of which are crimes, guys. You get where I'm going with this. Like, the thing is, we love to pretend like this is it'll only be this, but you don't know that. You don't know who will run this and who will change it and who has power next. It simply creates a dynamic where they can do, the law won't apply to I mean, like, guys, you know what I thought about the government in general. My point is, we don't know that just because they say that, that's what we'll be restricted by. Now, it says overnight, Trump responded to a social media post, which I just showed for you, making sure you saw that it was national emergency and military assets. Trump pledged to get started on these deportations as soon as he enters office, which, again, just like any other promise, may not happen. Quote, on day one, I will launch the largest deportation program in American history to get the criminals out. So right there is usually what gets pointed at, things like that. Meaning that it'll only be criminals, like he said. Well, people say a lot of things in government that don't end up being the reality. He could mean it then and could be change his mind later. He could be lying right there and do something different. I don't know why we always have to go through this exercise. The point is clearly that just because he says criminal, well, what if he already called them criminals for supporting Palestine? This is what I bump up against in the conversation online, where I show the clips, which I'll go to in a second, where they're saying, deport the Jew haters or the foreign supporters of terrorist groups. And people respond going, but they're terrorists. How do you know who they're talking about? We've already proven to you they're referencing people that are simply acting with legal aspects in their own protests. And you say because they've got that flag or said X, Y, and Z that they're terrorists and we should deport them. Because there's no context in which a government makes people out to be terrorists where they're not, right? Sort of like, I don't know, people on January 6th, people wearing red hats, because that never happens. Trucker convoys. That's what Health Ranger was saying. It's amazing that they can't look inward and recognize how alarming this is, or they just don't want to. But criminals out could mean whatever they decide to make a criminal or whoever they feel is one. We all know that if we're being honest. He says, I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. God, that's such lazy and alarming, irresponsible verbiage. Conquered, invaded. Again, that language makes them out to be a problem or the enemy. When the truth is, even based on your narrative, they're just innocent people being used. Why is it their fault? Shouldn't we care they're human beings? This is about something much darker than that. I think we all realize it. And kick them the hell out of our country as fast as possible. I mean, there's so many other dynamics to get into. Whether that's even physically possible, whether they have enough resources, whether this will have a dramatic effect on the economy in general, which I can almost guarantee that it will. Because I honestly think this is more hype than anything. We'll wait and see what happens. I think, but unless this is a big move for some different change, using this to collapse the economy, blaming the Democrats, and rolling us into a CBDC. I mean, all these are very possible things. Already, it says he's tapped several immigration hardliners to serve in key cabinet positions. And that's important because those are the people who are saying the very, very radical things in the past and even right now. So whether he starts it or not, they may do something different. Now, it says Holman previously discussed his vision for mass deportations, saying they would first concentrate on expelling criminals and national security threats. Okay, that means people they decide, like in the UK, by the way, as much as Elon's screaming about how bad it is, that's what they're doing. So suddenly they say, you support Palestine, you have a flag on your purse, you can't board the plane. It's all happening right now. So you're a threat and we need to get rid of you. Now, let's just say this is also massive. Let's say it really happens. And this is all mass mobilized. And they've got people all around the country on day one how much you want to bet without, in my opinion, there's no, everything in history that has something like this or these kind of McCarthyist type of actions that you do get people caught up that are innocent. In any context, people going to prison. So when they decide to go after national security threats, let's just even pretend they mean only certain kinds of people and not innocent Americans. I can promise you there will be people that are just Palestinian supporters, just people that are on the wrong side of what they think, people that call out Zionism that are suddenly national security threats. And before we know it, they've been deported, wrapped up, and moved, and we don't even know what's going on because it is happening so rapidly and all over the country. He didn't rule out deporting families together. Doesn't that matter too? What if they're not? What if some of them have citizenship? What happens then? Guys, all these things matter. And I think it's just that people are so wrapped up in the emotional side of this that they don't realize that these people are human beings. And some of them are not here, basically are in a position where they're being played against by both sides of our government. And yes, maybe they're here illegally, but maybe they would happily go through that if the position, either way, the bottom line is, yes, the law matters and that should be enforced, period. But like this is not the way. This is the day. And of course, the idea that people get all wrapped up in is this is the only way it's going to, you know why you feel it's the only way it's going to happen? Because they've played the left-right paradigm dynamic so well against you that you ask for an irrational, large-scale government building concept to get rid of something that you wouldn't need that for if they actually cared about you from either side. They chip it back and forth and point at each other. It's always the same way. Holman reiterated his plan to take the handcuffs off of ICE because that's what we all want, right? I thought we were talking about government restriction, but now you're talking about removing government restraints. Explain for me where the middle ground is, guys. The Department of Government Efficiency, and we're going to be chopping things down, but we're going to grow everything we're talking about. 2 times in major ways we've already discussed now where they're talking about growing the government. Even if you want to pretend it's temporary, that is not what we're talking about. And ramp up arrests. He says, though noted that he will need more resources to carry it out, and said there are a lot of what ifs. So even there, he's floating the idea this might not even be possible. It says, throughout the campaign, Trump vowed to mobilize the National Guard to assist with the deportation effort. Experts told ABC News such a move would mark a fundamental shift for the military, which does not normally engage with domestic law enforcement issues. Now, that would be a massive shift because we've seen the National Guard used in smaller ways in the context of it's not a national thing over the years. But remember my point, the important point, I'll include this for you just so you guys can read more about posse comitatus. Like I said before, National Guard is usually sort of, basically, I guess the Navy doesn't even apply to this. So there are different caveats to it. Overall, the point is the National Guard is still technically bound by it unless they're in their own location, their own territory, their own state. So arguably, you could just deploy National Guard from each individual state to do what they're trying to accomplish. But I argue that won't be enough. And I argue it's going to bleed into something else. Whether it's border patrol or suddenly you're dealing with things that are illegal, guys. Fundamentally, without question, illegal under posse comitatus. But I guarantee if they were going to do this, that would start to expand. And that's a problem. But even then, let's just even say they work through this and allow the National Guard to only be deployed in states they're from, but do it nationally. That would be unprecedented. What happens if they never remove that? I know you would pretend he'll never do that. You don't know that. Maybe he's not in charge. Maybe he doesn't care what you think. The allowance of this would be alarming and would not represent a reduction of government. At times, Trump went further, suggesting thousands of troops from overseas might be moved to the U.S.-Mexico border. Now, I think he said that very carefully. Thousands of troops to the border is not the same thing as doing this whole process. But I think he's well aware that by saying that overseas troops would not be National Guard and to deploy them for this explicitly would be a direct violation of posse comitatus. And I still argue that even the border is the same thing. There's a whole and that's one way they skirt this by saying it's border, it's not internal. That's still domestic, guys. You're not operating only in Mexico. But again, the point would be that this combined, this would be a massive overstep that I'm worried about. Even if you argue you agree with the ultimate point. There are an estimated 11 million unauthorized migrants living in the United States without legal immigration status. Removing them could cost billions of dollars per year, according to estimates from the American Immigration Council. Now, again, you guys can decide what you think makes sense. My main point is about the national emergency, deploying of military domestically, and the unconstitutional violation, the growth of the government while promising the opposite. This was just a Casey Wright highlighting Trump is apparently planning on using the national emergency predicate for facilitation of deportation. He writes, the immigration predicate is every bit as fraudulent as the COVID one was. He's right. It's the same concept, guys. It amounts to a restriction. Really, I think we all recognize the government is not bound by damn near anything today, let alone your influence. But this gives them the on paper, just unfettered. They do what they want. Like usual, but now they even more, like with COVID-19, the emergency opened up all sorts of funding, all sorts of manipulations, which we now can look back and easily prove they were aware of while it was happening, but who cares? Because they didn't know. My point is that's what they tell themselves, because it wasn't Trump's fault that they misappropriated. Yeah, it really was. But that's what Brian High Impact Flicks was pointing out. But Solari Report asks a good question, which is what will declaring an emergency do? And why do we need it? Right? So they're cutting to the quick of it all. Is that, okay, well, if you're declaring an emergency, why is that necessary for what you want to accomplish? It may very well be, but walk me through. Why do we need this? Does it unlock certain funding? Right? Does it open certain doors that you need to be able to carry this out? Well, if that's the case, let's talk about it. If not, then we need to be very aware of the fact that the emergency being declared it may not be necessary to accomplish this. And then if it's not, I think that shows you something that we all need to address that may be uncomfortable, that they're bringing us back into this position like we've seen before. And Link says exactly, the other than another excuse to declare yet another state of emergency so that people constantly live in states of emergency, as was explained well by TLAV. Now, I want to go through one more thing that I've highlighted in all this. I'll include this article, but there's plenty of others on TLAV you could look up about weaponized migration and experimentation. Tools for subversion, division, and manufacturing consent. Many different examples other than Israel in this conversation, but one of the obvious ones that's going on today is it's right on the surface of the conversation. Israel is playing a role in all of this. So I want you to consider that with things like this, right? Remember the whole point, Biden did all of this, right? Okay, well, here's one example, and there's plenty of them. This is from 5 days ago. TBI says dangerous Venezuelan gang is in every city in Tennessee, right? Now, yes, these gangs have been around these locations for a long time. Same with Aurora. There's plenty of truth to these stories, but there's also a lot of partisan lie and hype around it too. That's not what I'm getting at right now. My point is that they're pointing at this and saying, see, that's what Biden did, even though they've been here for many, many administrations. But the argument is they let it happen. We have to deport all the criminals, right? Okay, well, is it just Biden's fault? What about the fact that people like Marco Rubio and Menendez urged Biden's administration to extend TPS for Venezuela? TPS being the temporary protected status for eligible Venezuelans. You know, the whole caravan that we kept screaming about? Funny that Rubio was ultimately able to accomplish more Venezuelan refugees or migrants into the United States. So then I guess we could argue it's Biden and Marco Rubio's fault? No, just Biden, because that's what works for the narrative. Here is Anya Prampil saying, Marco Rubio is complete contradiction of Donald Trump's supposed America First agenda, which includes hardening the border and building the wall. Marco Rubio was the Republican author of the TPS, temporary protective status for Venezuelans, while he was seeking to destroy Venezuela's economy. This is how this works, guys. So your objective was one thing at the moment. A byproduct of what you're destroying, you then use somewhere else. So you roll them in the United States, you turn around and argue. And remember, Marco Rubio is a blind Zionist supporter. So I'm going to show you next the point that I've shown you before, that I believe this is being engineered. And he is just could be a witting part in this ploy as an American who's actually working for somebody else. And at the end of the day, driving, pushing, calling for more of them to come into the country, when then the next narrative is that this is because of the Democrats and that's why we have to do X, Y, and Z, even though you can show just as many Republicans involved. It's all like that, guys. This clip from Adam Green I played before. And this is simply about, now this is just rabbi speaking, but I want you to consider, remember, these are the extreme Zionist perspective that is what is shared by the leading elements of the current Israeli government. Not my opinion. They're public about this. They call Donald Trump a prophet. The point is that the point I'm making is they share this sentiment. And with everything else we see, I don't think it's up for debate. I think Israel is a part of what's driving this, and they're now using that to rationalize growth of government, while we can see that all this government is funded by the same foreign entity. Whatever the justification, that should be pretty alarming.
Of days, you're going to need the iron of Esav, which represents Edom, which is the West, Europe, and the Americas, to get intermixed with Ishmael, which is basically Arabs and Muslims. How in the world was this ever going to happen if not for this refugee crisis? At the end of days, you're going to have this intermixing between Esav, Edom, which is the West, and the East, which is the Muslims and the Arabs, making this through this influx into the world. They're going to have a far larger birth rate than the indigenous people there, and they're going to sort of conquer by number. And there are many different sources for this, where there will be many, many people killed and so on and so forth. So the idea of having these refugees come into Europe, it's no longer a matter of whether it's right or wrong. It's just simply a fulfillment of what it was meant to be all along. This is the fulfillment of the Hazal and the prophecies. This has to happen, and this is just another sign that we are nearing, the completion of this tikkun of the entire world.
But we know one thing, right? That when it comes to the classic Rome, which is Europe, they're finished.
And you don't have to be a prophet or a great analysis for that. You have to open the TV or the internet and see that exactly what was prophesied then, that the sons of Ishmael are going to go and cause havoc around the world. So France is completely barbecued. England is next. Now half of Europe is completely half dead. Now look what's going on in America. So, now in a country near you.
Asking what's going to be with the Goyim when Mashiach comes. Will they be destroyed and annihilated? Someone asked, who cares? Okay. As a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. Every individual, no survivors. Not only as a nation, they'll cease to exist, even as individuals. In modern terminology, they call it cultural genocide. They'll be annihilated. They basically learn there's going to be cultural genocide. That, the Goyim as they exist as Goyim, b'fnei atzmam, that's done with. Batul u'mavutul.
Now, obviously, the point is the same. That just because rabbis are saying these things does not mean that's the reality of the world, but we have to recognize the influence of the statement, and they believe it, and you can prove the Israeli government shares those sentiments. So, as we've talked about the idea of the red heifer, right? The argument being that this was, we've talked about it, it's a prophetic conversation, that there will be a red heifer that is born that signals the coming of the end times. I think that's the general sentiment there. The point is, regardless, within the prophetic idea that that's part of it, which is supposed to be something that happens, the God sent, it's a symbol. And what they do? Well, they literally genetically engineered a red calf. It's not a joke. This was a big conversation for a minute. So my point is, it's obvious that they are of the mind that they can just make it happen. That's Zionism for you. And that's why Orthodox Jews around the world call out the illusion that Zionism is Judaism. It's a political organization that has co-opted this. That's important to think about. But back to the idea in general, with what we're seeing, you have to at least ask the question, with how much Israeli influence there is on this administration, of whether this is one of the final steps in what they're creating. And now we have them discussing mass deportations, the deploying of the military. Guys, there's a lot to be concerned about here. Now, I'm not saying blindly assume what I'm saying. Hope for the best and continue to hold them accountable. If we actually did that and we actually embraced the power of the American people as a whole, if we weren't all divided, you're damn right we could hold them to it. The problem is that we're so we're manipulated and divided, and that we do not have the ability to push back. So obviously deploying the military nationally should be a huge red flag that we should go, whoa, 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 that's not happening. Let's walk through this step by, but nope. You got these screaming partisans that are driving this forward, whether they even realize outside influence or not. Blindly going along with something that should be very concerning. High Impact Flicks points something out. And I want to make a point about this in general. You guys have seen this clip, this thread that I put together. 12 videos so far. And this has been shared a lot. It's all clips of Donald Trump saying
or this one specifically, Miriam Adelson speaking about him, but they're all talking about the same conversation generally, about influence of Israel over the U.S. government, or the idea that we should be censored if we say bad things about Israel. All of which are it's just right on the surface. These are violations of your rights. Hypocrisy Flick says, want to understand who really calls the shots? Let Trump tell you. Thanks, TLAV. Now, Hypocrisy Flick has 84,000 followers. Pretty low engagement, I would argue. But what's crazy to me, this person shared it, who is a kind of a former MAGA person who's realized this problem and started calling it out. He has 100,000 followers. He tagged this thing and shared it. Even less engagement. Now, what I wanted to say to go, and maybe just nobody likes it, which I think is quite obviously not. This is a relevant thing. What I think is really obvious, this got shared. Look at all the quotes. I mean, many, many people with hundreds of thousands of followers. Because of because of Brian sharing this, it got noticed by a lot of larger people, which begs the question, why didn't they notice it when I was sharing it? The point is that they did share it. And I'm talking 200,000 followers, 100,000 followers, many of them. And I was going, oh, here we go. This is going to go viral like it should have. And even technically, you could argue that's partly what, where it currently is. But guess what I noticed? That never changed. Now it slowly goes up. But are you telling me that that many people can share this with people? I mean, I don't buy it. Just like I keep talking about, these things are being artificially suppressed or hidden on platforms like Twitter in particular, more than others, because of the Israel influence. I think that's important. Now, Ryan Mata says, Trump has a message for you, America. F the Constitution. Y'all MAGA tards, he says, fell for it hook, line, and sinker. Now get back to work and pay your taxes. Israel needs more bombs for their Muslim Christian genocide taking place in Gaza. All Vivek has to do is say, F away with Israel, and he will be president 2028. And we even have a country. So whatever you think of his opinion, the point is that he's sharing this and highlighting the truth of this, in my opinion. Because really, to be honest, if you're looking at these clips, all 12 of them, and in each one of them, there's nothing out of context. You can listen to the entire speech and it does not change what he's saying in these clips. And what he's saying is in many cases that if Israel had the power they're supposed to, that this wouldn't be the case, that these people wouldn't be in Congress. That in this case, he says the power that Israel has over Congress, or used to have, and rightfully so. These are super damning statements that I argue if most of his supporters in the middle saw, that they would be freaked out. My guess is, just like these people they've never even heard these things before. Most of them are with Israeli flags behind him, even though he's on his own campaign trail. But they were a lot of Jewish and Zionist events, like the Jewish Defense League. I forget which one it was. One of these groups are out there that Miriam Adelson was basically not in charge of, but sort of putting on. And they were there for the part of their campaign trail. That's important to note. But then others were just his campaign trail. And Miriam still introduced him, and there's Israeli flags behind him. I pointed out at the time, there's no way that makes sense to you. And you can go down and look at these guys. Anyway, the point is that this should have obviously been getting a lot more reach because every one of these are relevant. Every one of them talking about things that are concerning. My point I make about the recent ones, where he just says point blank, we'll remove the Jew haters from this country. And I keep saying the same thing. Yes, I'm with you. People who hate people based on their religion are disgusting. They deserve to be called out. But it's also protected by your rights to have the opinion, to speak it out loud. None of those are crimes. None of them are unconstitutional. And here he is literally saying, if you hate this kind of religion, we're going to get rid of you. What about the Christian haters? You're not going to get rid of them? Nor should he, by the way. My point is that it's obvious, if you're being honest with yourself, that there's not some part that makes sense. That you can't just go, well, those are gross people. Well, then you're a hypocrite. That means you don't agree with free speech. And people that are denying this, it's just scary to me. So thank you, Brian, for getting this some reach, but nonetheless, it seems it's being suppressed, as we might expect. This person says, oh, wait, let me make sure I didn't miss one here. Oh, yeah, so I'm glad I didn't miss that. So this is Robin Martin saying, save Israel for last. If you haven't figured this out yet. First, you put them on blast everywhere, acting like somehow the Q dynamic is what exposed Israel. No, they did that to themselves. That's quite obvious. He says, then watch as they get exposed, which technically did happen to a large degree.
then says maybe calm down and have a little faith. Everything's a psyop. Otherwise, trust the plan. Because that's always smart, right? Sit back and let it go. Let the government do its thing. But the good government, doesn't that sound like exactly what we're talking about? The good AI, the good suppress, the good censorship. Yep, they're all doing this. This is a government operation. A lot of us have been saying that since the first year of this conversation. And look at how it's ended up. All of the fake claims, all of the unanswered, unfulfilled promises, the military tribunals, and many of them are still acting like now we're back on track. It's going to happen tomorrow. I'm telling you, the Q underline, it's very clear. There's a thread, a vein through his entire thing. Save Israel for last. It's just like the first point. Trump's our savior. Ignore the fact that he's responsible for this and pretend that there was a worse thing behind it. In this case, ignore the genocide because they're going to get to them last, and that's part of the agenda to end the deep state. Now, look, even if it's true, there is no world in which you go, yes, genocide okay, to defeat the deep state. Guys, that's crazy. But it's meant to be because it's a dying grasp, but it's trying to get you to ignore the genocide. This person says, Ryan Mata, highlighting things that we should all care about. These clips of Donald Trump saying that he should be doing things that are unconstitutional for Israel. And this guy says, what happened to you, dude? You were MAGA a few days ago. Oh, I get it. So you're not MAGA if you acknowledge the truth that we don't like to see. Well, yeah, we already know that. And that's the same thing for Democrats. Let's not make it about one side. But we know with Kyle Rittenhouse pointing out, as Brian's pointed out many times, the red flag law issue, him saying, take the guns first, due process later. Guys, these are objectively bad things. You do not say that and pretend like he's following the Constitution. But if you point those out, what they do, they went after Kyle. Cat Turd freaked out and said, you're no longer part of our group. That's not, what are we in first grade? Apparently. The problem is that you're not MAGA if you push back on the community that's supporting Trump blindly. Who wants to be part of that? And this person says, just because one is MAGA doesn't mean one has to bow to Israel. It's called MAGA for a reason. He says, no one is bowing to Israel. So a few of his picks are pro-Israel, but most of his picks are pro-America. Just saying there is a little overacting here. Says the guy who is ignoring 12 different videos that explicitly state things that are unconstitutional. My guess is they didn't even watch them, guys. That's how this tends to work. This person says, why do I follow this moron? See the point? Now, yes, he could have framed it a little bit less aggressive, but nonetheless, the point is the evidence is very important. And he goes, I just unfollowed him. Willful ignorance. Blinders, because I've chosen a side. That's team sport politics for you right there. And this is the best one. So again, same clip, same information. This guy says, libtards are so adorable when they're indignant. Okay, so here's a guy who's very pro-Trump, or at least was, Republican, and is now upset because of the Israel side of it. You have me sharing it. Neither of us are even remotely Democrat. For me, both of them are dumb. And I said, it's right there in 12 different videos, and all you can do is lash out at some unknown libtard? Well, I put that together, and I think the left is just as ridiculous as the right, but I'm sure you'll disregard this all the same, exactly what happened. My point is, like before, the only thing they can do to make sense of what they're looking at is to pretend it's some libtard trick, some Democrat ruse. Yeah, certainly could be. Consider that. But to ignore facts because you want that to be the case without finding that to be the case is lazy. It's willful ignorance. Talking about the picks, because this is continuing to be problematic, guys. If you're actually paying attention to these, it's not just a couple of pro-Israel. It's all shockingly pro-Israel so far, and many of which are calling out things already that are concerning. Now, I want to point this out first, because this is something that is also worthy of ridicule. Rick Wilson, who I'm not even familiar necessarily. I've seen him name floated around, but the point is, he says RFK Jr. is named Trump HHS pick, which hasn't happened yet, which I do argue seems to be going forward, but I'm willing to bet you the Senate confirmation is how the government stops that from happening. Either way, he says, expect a booming market of tiny headstones and infant funeral clothes. I mean, not only is that just disgusting, like in a way almost, I guess you can't say he's wanting that or praising that, but it's like, this is the Trump derangement syndrome that both sides are suffering from. Either way, it's more about RFK Jr. here. I don't agree with that. And nobody should, because that's stupid. What he's actually pointing to are the things that RFK is good at. The conversation of his health record, the idea of the evidence around the dangers of many of these injections they're giving. And even whether we're talking about autism, whether we're talking about the obvious problems with what the COVID-19 injection was doing, by the way, that Trump is still praising, which is just crazy to me. And what they want you to think it's going to cause children deaths. You know what's causing children death? Injections that are killing children, causing sudden infant death syndrome, causing children to have heart attacks. But Rick cares not about that. It kills me because here I'm concerned about RFK Jr. for the reasons that I think make sense. That does not mean I'm blindly high-fiving about all the dumb stuff that either side put out about anything that doesn't line up with the facts. Like, for example, Tulsi Gabbard, who I increasingly am more suspicious about for obvious reasons, but they've made up a lot of really stupid lies about her. And a lot of what she said before joining Trump's administration, I thought was very lucid and very much made sense. But it's funny how you can be all anti the forever wars and then completely endorse a genocide. Kind of doesn't make sense to me. Either way, it's important to be accurate. All the people out there framing us as being one side or the other, the point is the same. It's about the facts for me. And if you prove to me and not give me hopium that these people are doing the right thing, of course I'm going to talk about that. Right now, it's not looking good. Weirdly enough, even Mike Pence came out, which I know Mike Pence is not the Trump ally necessarily, but it's not as simple as that, especially recently. But it says Mike Pence defies Trump, comes out against RFK Jr. in bombshell statement. I respectfully urge Senate Republicans to reject him. Guys, that's what I think is happening. A lot of this is going to be. You're going to end up with the worst of the worst, and a lot of them are already there, it seems. But any example, what I think is might be a positive thing, that's where I see this going. Now, even if you think it's just the Democrats, it's the same point for me. That's the outcome I see coming. Now, I'm not blaming one side. I mean, yes, there is a part of that. But if I'm early in this going, that's where I think will be the outcome, and it ends up happening, I hope you can ask whether that might have always been the plan, which is kind of what I'm getting at. Now, Eric, one side point about this, there's a lot of misinformation too, but you could argue this could come from either side. But one of the things that already got floated was Tucker Carlson being the press secretary. And that went around. It looks like even Eric shared this ultimately and then came out and was like, wait, never mind. It's not, it's fake. Tucker Carlson is not the press secretary. And then this is what Colin simply highlighted. This is the fakest press release I've ever seen. But, you know, there's a lot of these that went around. And there's a lot of fake information flying around. I'm only showing you that just to be careful, be cautious. Both sides are trying to convince you of plenty of lies. Now, into the picks. There's a lot of very concerning picks here. Hopefully you'll look at the previous discussion we had. And actually, I forgot to grab this. Oh, what's this one? This looks like an old article. It'll still give me what I need to grab here. Huh. Oh, that's right. Wait, is this? Oh, I forgot about this title. So this is one we did in July 23rd. Using Trump and two-party politics to trick conservatives into supporting a technocratic control grid. Well, look at that. Seems like exactly where we are. But here's the one I wanted to grab for you. I'll include both of these for you. Oh, look, they censored the video. What a shock. It's weird that Odyssey doesn't show up. This one. Conservatives begin to acknowledge Trump's cabinet picks reveal Israel first agenda. And that's really happening, guys. There's a lot of conservatives out there who are finding really uncomfortable and starting to call it out. Keep those for you in there. Now here, Kim Iverson points something out, and this is not a Trump pick necessarily, but this is about the Senate Majority Leader, elect anyway, at the moment, Thune, has, quote, no choice but to push hard for Trump agenda despite concerns they put out. And this is Senator John Thune, says, I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu and reaffirmed the United States' commitment to standing with Israel, our closest ally. Really? That's what you do first? That's what she points out. First thing Senator Thune does after becoming Senate Majority Leader, calls Netanyahu. Is everybody awake yet? And that's not a joke, by the way. He posted this himself. So you immediately call a foreign leader. Now, yes, you could try to frame this about the context of the ongoing war. In other words, Israel's genocide on a foreign people. But either way, that's a shocking thing when you see the full context of what's going on with AIPAC and the Israel influence, which we're going to go over right now. And this is the one acting like he's going to push back on what happens next. Now, Trump War Room shares another one of Trump's releases that talks about his White House senior staff. Now, every single one of these, I went over them, and some of them are just benign. My point is, every one of them have the same statements you'd expect. I fully support Israel, and I'm blind. What they're doing is completely like the same things you would see, which is very strange to me that every single politician, regardless of any side they're on, seems, by the way, even the AOC dynamic. Now, they're very critical of Israel in a lot of ways, but there's also examples where they seem to bow to a certain power structure. Either way, I'm going to highlight Stephen Miller right now. But my point is, all of them have very clear overlaps that they're blindly supporting Israel. Most of them have AIPAC funding. This one I think is most alarming, though. Now, this is just to give you the search for Israel in his thread, and you can scroll through this and find all the one. I mean, some will show you, but all of them are very clear pro-Israel. And I mean, it's the kind of stuff that is like, it shows you he has more of an interest in fighting for Israel than American interest, in my opinion. Now, here are just some of the different posts that are talking about this from an Israeli perspective, the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. And this says, Stephen Miller, hardline Jewish Trump aide to become deputy chief of staff as immigration becomes top issue. Yeah, because he's pretty radical about that. Now, you can read this article, and it's basically a gushing about how great he will be for Israel. Same thing here. Under the Jewish Virtual Library, going over his interest in supporting a foreign country, in my opinion, that's what a lot of these, I'll kind of end with that on this segment. A lot of these groups, as it even frames it, Jewish group praises Trump for pro-Israel picks. What he's talking about is the Zionist Organization of America, which, yes, professes to be a Jewish group, but in reality, it is something much different. And I'm going to go over all this in a second. So that's my point about them talking about how this is a very positive pick for the interest of Israel, which we're talking about an election of the United States. Weird how it all seems to go in that direction. Now, here's an interesting clip. Now, shared by Right Wing Watch, so it's very slanted in a partisan way, but the context is there. You can listen to what he's saying. And he's speaking to a group of Republicans, and what he's talking about is what I said earlier, using the power. Now, what he says may sound like perfect logic to you, and you may even agree with where he's coming from. My point is, aside from the narrative, what does it amount to? A call for more government power. At least you being okay with the government using that power to go after the people that they think is wrong. Like, so the same context is the left going after people that say hate speech, which by the way is what they're calling anti-Semitism, or from the right going after, or the left, either way. The point is they both can use their own power to go after their political opponents, which is what they do. So we should call for none of that. We should be going, no, we want less government because that's what we're pretending we're doing. But here's a point of where he's saying that we should be doing the opposite.
There is something really broken in the conservative brain. They're afraid not only of conflict, we know that, but there's an even deeper fear.
Afraid of conflict? What world is he living in?
A deeper fear than all of that, which is having power and using power. You elect a state Supreme Court justice, you elect an attorney general, and so on and so forth, to have an office with specific powers, duties, and responsibilities, with the expectation that they will use that authority to defeat evil, to protect the good, and to accomplish positive change in society.
No, they'll use that power to uphold the law, or more specifically, the constitutional rights. You see how quickly that gets deviated into what they think is evil and upholding good? Now, the last point about good in society, well, it's a very broad and opaque idea. Whatever he may think that is might differ from what you think. And that's why we err on things we can all agree on, like constitutional law, right? Or specifically laws that are not unconstitutional. To say it more, that the other word can be taken as something else. So just listen to that again, guys, and think about how alarming this may sound like logic to you until you realize this person has designs to do something much different than you may envision, but you're giving them that power. You've elected them to take this power and go after evil. What if that turns out to be your family? You may not think that's possible until it is.
Have an office with specific power, elect a state Supreme Court justice, you elect an attorney general, and so on and so forth.
Again, right even there, you can point out, well, maybe we don't, though, if we fully understand the reality of what we're living in, but that's a different conversation.
Have an office with specific powers, duties, and responsibilities, with the expectation that they will use that authority to defeat evil, to protect the good, and to accomplish positive change in society.
Now, again, from the judge side of it, the attorney general is quite different, but from the judge side of it, no, they've got one job: uphold the Constitution. They're not supposed to be acting with an agenda to change this or do that, or they're supposed to uphold the Constitution. That's it. The moment we start acting like they have some obligation to defeat evil, that's why you get judges taking action against Donald Trump, or people that are, because they're taking personal action or they're slanting it for political reasons. All they're supposed to do is uphold the Constitution. And he wants you to radicalize this in a way that makes them feel like they're supposed to be going after somebody. These people are part of the problem. And you want to know where this is being funded from? I think you get the picture.
And you have to use that power fearlessly. A number of states, for example, have passed laws saying that you can't have this in the curriculum, or you can't have that in the curriculum, and you can't teach DEI, and so on and so forth.
See, they do this for a reason. I don't think anybody with a brain could recognize how alarming these things are, I would argue. Because not because you argue that they made, like some people out there think that they're trying to accomplish a better world. Even if you agree with that, which I don't, in the way that they're doing it, the point is that you can see that these powers are being used to just as a, they're trying to tap into what you may think is good, to use it for other reasons. The same thing he's doing right here. But he says these things because he knows how emotional you'll get about these ideas. The trans conversation he mentions, because it gets you all worked up for reasons that matter, by the way, which I too am very on guard about. In order to, but again, all of it is amounting for you to lean into the idea that these people should be using their power to go after things that you don't like. Again, just from the judge perspective, that couldn't be further from the truth. They're supposed to sit there and uphold the Constitution. Now, I'll just for sake of time, because I'm already I've much I still want to get to it. I'm not going to be able to get to the major foreign policy points today, but I will be in the very next show. That's my plan anyway. But this is the concern about all this. They're using things you care about to get you to justify things that you would otherwise be, I would argue, disagree with. Now, whatever you think about this, it's interesting to consider, because I think the overlap here is much bigger, and it's not just about racism. Electronic Intifada highlights emails from 2007 that tie Stephen Miller to Richard Spencer. Now, I think there's more to that than we realize. It overlaps with the Zionist agenda, but there's a whole conversation to get into there. Ben Rubenstein says, Elise Stefanik, Stephen Miller, Brian Hook are the first major appointments to Trump's team. Trump knows what he's doing and is no fool. The new administration is decidedly Israel first. He's a Jewish anti-Zionist. The point is, anybody who's honest with themselves can already see that. This is a Jewish person. He's anti-Zionist, but to most Zionists, that makes him no longer Jewish. Ben Shapiro said that many times, not explicitly, but people that are out there protesting, he calls them trash. And in many cases, he even alluded to the fact that they're not Jewish because they do that. Not Ben specifically, as far as I can tell, but a lot of Zionists. The point is that this is Israel first, and it's not about Jewish anything. It's about Zionism. Here's Max Blumenthal highlighting, what's his name again? Sebastian Gorka, who apparently is in line to be the national security advisor, which is crazy. Watch how he responds to this. Now, to be clear, going underground here, he asks it's Afshin, who I've referenced many times before. I think he does great work. He asks a very pointed question, completely justifiable, and in fact, entirely accurate to a T, but he does it in a way that I think is meant to sort of draw a little bit of a reaction. And he got it. But what's crazy is the way Gorka responds, just ready to walk away from the interview because he points to something that the world has acknowledged. This is what Trump's administration is already turning out to be like. Nobody America first should be leaning into anything like this.
October the 7th. You know that Arab Americans in Michigan swung it for you, and they didn't vote for Israel. All these different appointees seem, even the supporters of Trump would say, more make Israel great again than make America great again. Do you think when Trump said finish the job to Netanyahu, he meant exterminate them all under the Biden administration? Exterminate all the Palestinians ahead of a inauguration so that he can start sorting out peace in the Middle East?
And before he answers, the moment that he brought up make Israel great again, you can see his entire facial expression change, despite that being an obvious point to make. But we'll just watch it again. Now listen to the question and the way you can see him shift in his mind. And again, listen to the question about how clearly it seems to be kind of meant to draw, that he wants to annihilate the Palestinians, which, by the way, is obvious that Israel's doing that. I mean, they've admitted this now. In case you don't know that, their own military has made it clear that they're ethnically cleansing northern Gaza. They're never allowed to come back. Everything we've talked about. You think he doesn't know that? I can guarantee you he knows that. I can prove he knows that. The point is the way he responds almost makes that all the more clear.
Do you think when Trump said finish the job to Netanyahu, he meant exterminate them all?
Oh, here. Sorry,
Israel great again. Supporters
right
of Trump would say more make Israel great again than make America great again. Do you think when Trump said finish the job to Netanyahu, he meant exterminate them all under the Biden administration ahead of exterminate all the Palestinians ahead of a inauguration so that he can start sorting out peace in the Middle East?
Sorry, are you seriously saying that members of the administration love Israel more than America and that President Trump wants a genocide?
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Answer the question. Obviously. You can literally show people like Brian Mast, who's not part of the administration, but to show up in IDF uniforms, or his entire cabinet who are absolutely acting for Israel's interest. Like, you can't talk about these and not highlight the undeniable reality that they're calling for your suppression of speech for a foreign country. What else do you call that? Is that America first? There's no way you could possibly call that America first. You're acting for Israel at the expense of American rights. Again, I find it impossible to believe he doesn't see that. This guy is acting for team sport politics. This is his side. He's not going to allow them. And this is how he tends to operate, clutching his pearls. I've seen him do it many times in conversations just like this. And that he wants to, what's the way he framed it?
America and that President Trump wants a genocide?
The Trump wants a genocide. No, yes, that's a strong claim. Because I wouldn't say you could prove that Trump wants that. But it's a fair question when you are failing to acknowledge that it's happening and arguing you're going to help them finish the job, which is exactly what he said. You see how easy that is to make clear? So there's anybody with an objective perspective could say that's a fair question based on the fact that Trump has said, help them finish, you need to finish the job. Well, when the world concedes they're committing genocide, what else in the world do you think that means? Either Trump is unaware it's happening, which I find hard to believe, or he supports what's happening. It's pretty simple, but you can act all about, oh my God, how dare you, and clutch your pearls and act like it's offensive to hide the obvious. That's what I think he's doing right here.
That members of the administration love Israel more than America and that President Trump wants a genocide? Did I just hear you correctly?
Just a question.
And again, I should point out as well that obviously he heard him, so there's no interest in having him repeat it. You're just trying to act aghast. Oh my God. Did I just hear you? Well, yes, you obviously did. Stop grandstanding and make your point.
Well, it's obscene, and if you want to continue in that vein, I will.
What did he mean by finish the job?
Okay, so you didn't hear that he just said he was going to leave. Is that what you normally do when given a hard question? You just walk away? I mean, it is a fair and logical question.
I will end this interview now.
Oh, there it is. Sorry.
Did you really impute genocidal tendencies to the man chosen by 74 million Americans?
We call him.
Yeah, man. I mean, this is what's so silly. First of all, he's referencing both Joe Biden and Donald Trump. The point, why is it so hard to wrap your mind around that a leader of a country can be supporting genocide? Just because a bunch of people vote for him, even if we actually know that's not how that went down, that's historically something that's happened many times. I guess the point I'm still getting at is the fact that this guy wants to act so just shocked. How you actually support? Well, yes, it's not that big of a hard. You may be offended by it. It may be inconvenient for you, but it's not that crazy of a thing to ask.
Genocide Joe and Holocaust Harris. That's how we refer to the incumbent.
No, I'm talking about. Are you talking about Biden or President Trump?
Well, no. I want to ask. Well, what did he mean when I mean, tell me about the relationship between Netanyahu and Donald Trump, because some say they don't get on.
All right. Okay. I'll do it with one proviso. I don't know who you are, and you're walking on very thin ice. Wow. So if you do one more thing
His hubris is overwhelming. You don't know who he is, but look, you know who he is. He's not a small channel. He's got a very large influence. You chose to go on this show. He doesn't just go on random people's shows. Somebody set this up. I guarantee we looked. That is just like somebody acting. You're trying to downplay, you're trying to belittle this person to make it seem for the record now that look, the way this played out, is going to make him look bad no matter how you spin it. And he's basically trying to run away. Now he's setting terms. Don't talk about this or I'm going to walk away. America first, guys. America first.
Look, this interview is terminated and your production team can delete my cell phone and my email.
Right. You mean the team that you didn't know because you don't know who this is? It's pretty pathetic, if you want my honest opinion. Here's what Max says. When asked why so many Trump foreign policy picks seem more to make Israel great again than to make America great again, Sebastian Gorka melts down and threatens to storm out of the interview. Gorka is a front runner for Trump's national security advisor. Should not be surprising. Here's the full link if you'd like to watch it. Now, going back to March of 2024, Rand Paul makes a statement about somebody who's seems to be about to be chosen for Trump's circle. He says, Donald Trump just endorsed, now this is before this point, March of 2024, the worst deep state candidate this cycle. Mike Rogers is a never Trumper, which again, how many people do we need to suddenly be in Trump's orbit who 30 seconds ago said he was a grifter, a liar, a fraud? Every one of them, it seems. A never Trumper and a card-carrying member of the spy state that seeks to destroy Trump. You have to ask yourself, who gives Trump this awful advice? Now, see, that and even in its own right is sort of Rand Paul almost giving him a pass. How about he just makes decisions for himself? Or if not, that he's that easily played by somebody who's publicly anti-Trump that he just gets someone just tells him that he's a good choice, so he goes with it. That's the most easily manipulated leader of all time. Or there's something bigger going on, and he's choosing people for different reasons. Largely because they're pro-Israel, it seems. Either way, this is what this guy was saying before we get to the next part.
I don't believe today, as I'm sitting here, that Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee in 2024. Don't believe it.
I don't think it's helpful for the President of the United States to attack the media.
It's petty, and it's certainly below the stature of the office of the President of the United States.
It's beneath the office in and of itself.
Actions and activities unbecoming of the office of the President of the United States.
And now he's going to pick him for his administration because that totally lines up. One of those clips is recent, by the way. Mike Rogers in consideration for the FBI chief. Now, again, hasn't happened yet. Seems to be the front runner as far as I could tell from the search. But until January, past January, we will not know for sure. Why is he even considered if that's the case? Becomes the obvious question. Glenn Greenwald says anyone who appoints Mike Rogers to run the FBI after he's arguably been the single most ardent, blind, and extremist defender of the U.S. security state and its surveillance and politicized abuses, everything they're calling out against Trump should forfeit forever any claim to be interested in combating those agencies. Well, look at that. Now, it hasn't happened yet, obviously, but even the consideration, as they're literally talking about changing these institutions, I mean, guys, again, it's like every single indication goes against what they tell you, and we get shouted down for even pointing these out, considering that they could be lying or they could be tricked. Whatever you want to think. At this point, I don't even care what rationale you use to acknowledge these things. Just acknowledge them. And I'm not over here saying we know for sure either. Every time, we have to wait until these things happen, but it right now is important to call out. Like I keep saying about this, what I sense is kind of a part of the conservative side who are pushing things in order to hope that they end up choosing them, like floating the idea of certain people they want and pretending like it's already happened. Like even Tucker, for example, maybe that was them hoping he would get that choice. My point is that do whatever you think you can do to influence what the people actually want, which I may disagree with, but not what Israel wants or what the conservatives want or the neocons want, who are the deep state, who are actually clearly in charge here. I would rather it be what the people want, obviously. My point, though, is that that's not what's happening. And so if you don't see that happening, you should be calling it out. Fox News, same thing. Mike Benz calls this out. This is super nasty stuff. This is a 6-minute clip. You can watch it for yourself. Mike Rogers, who may head Trump's FBI team, he writes, or head Trump's FBI, was not only the head of the intel committee behind the CIA's Russiagate scam. Really? He was in on the CIA cutouts, IRI's Beacon Project. He said, I told the story of the Beacon Project on this week's stream for my ex-subscribers. You can watch it for yourself. Bad Kitty saying the same thing. Breaking. Not only did Mike Rogers work for Alliance Security Democracy and Hamilton 68 fake Russia bot folks, he worked for the Integrity Initiative partnered, the Beacon Project.
So these are all leading entities in the conservative conversation, maybe even the Republican side, I would argue, screaming about how this guy's a bad choice. Maybe he won't pick it for that reason. But if he does end up getting picked by Trump's team, just have the courage to call out how crazy that is. Here is the Jerusalem Post for Mark Rowan. Who is Mark Rowan? The Jewish investor reportedly in the running for Trump's Treasury Secretary. Again, you can read all this to see how Israel perceives this, and they're pretty damn excited about all the picks he's making. Whitney points this out. Rowan, like his fellow Apollo co-founder Leon Black, heavily linked to Epstein, seems like a running theme here, was an alumnus of the deeply corrupt bank Drexel Burnham Lambert. Rowan worked with Black at Drexel's M&A department to help corporate raiders, several linked to organized crime that were essentially sponsored by Drexel's junk bond scam to take over major components of the corporate America. Drexel was deeply tied to the intelligence organized crime syndicate responsible for the SNL crisis of the 1980s. See your book and also the work of Pete Bruton. One of the main masterminds of this scam, Michael Milken, Drexel's king of the junk bonds, was a convicted felon for his egregious financial crimes until Trump pardoned him at the end of his first term. Like many other people that were, I mean, you know, like Ross Albright or hold on. God, just the names are slipping my way. Well, anyway, there's plenty of examples of people, I mean, even Assange at that point, very clearly could have been pardoned. Instead, he pardoned war criminals. He pardoned people that were like this, which shows you the direction we've always been pointing out. Now, it says also, Apollo brought one of the main 9/11 inside traders, former top CIA official and Wall Street banker Alvin Buzzy Conrad, onto his board shortly after 9/11. Fun fact, she says, Conrad was also Eric Prince's CIA handler when Blackwater was a CIA contractor. Pretty much every name that has been floated for Treasury thus far is a complete ghoul and or flagrant financial criminal. And Joe Heffer points out, Apollo also owns Costelli's, which has Academy, formerly Blackwater, in the consortium. So Rowan has access to a private army for his personal leanings, which she was going to mention. Oh, that's what I had right there. So the point is just, it's every example that gets floated right now. And if your argument is that that's the best you're going to get and you got to pick from it, then you don't want to drain the swamp. He is literally picking from the swamp. There's a whole country of intelligent and well-versed people that are not blinded by partisan politics or by lies about foreign policy or fabrications about Israel's history, whatever. Instead, he's literally plucking from the inside. We're acting like this is a revolution against the bad guys. Benny Johnson says the chairman of the FCC is an absolutely critical position in the new Trump administration. Bad policy at the FCC could cripple free speech and independent media while destroying companies like Twitter and Starlink in a regulatory death spiral. Well, how about we get rid of it then? Which won't ever happen. This is why I'm endorsing Brendan Carr for chairman of the FCC. This guy right here. Now, the interesting part of all of this is that we're highlighting all of this as somehow pro-free speech, supporting your rights, when every single one of these individuals so far have represented a different threat to those things. Eric Lipton points out, Trump to name Brendan Carr, this is the Trump release, a massive champion for Elon Musk and his Starlink system. As chairman of the FCC, which controls orbital access by space communication companies in the United States. Well, it's interesting. So clearly there's more going on here than just what's best for American interests. Mainly what seems to be best for Elon's interests. But that's just one part of this. Oops. Trump this is specifically Carr. I found this to be interesting. Project 2025 author. Now, what's funny to me is I didn't talk about this in regard to the recent statements that like Bannon and others openly came out and said, now we can admit this was our agenda. I took those as jokes. I couldn't tell whether they were meant to be sort of like trolling the left or whatever. Like now we can pretend we admit it or whatever. But what's interesting to me is there's always been a thread here. Now, I mostly left it alone because I don't think you can definitively prove that this was. Now, ultimately, even the fact check in one of these says, where was that? I think I included it. That ultimately it says that it's the Heritage Foundation and not Trump. But either way, they came out and kind of said this was theirs and it could have been a joke. But now you have him appointing the author to a position. So you really just can't pretend like if that's the case, then clearly in some way they feel this is alignment. So I just find it interesting how much overlap there is to these things and what ultimately amounts to growth in government, restriction of your rights, despite how they want to frame these things. Doug Burgum says, I'm deeply grateful to President Trump for this amazing opportunity. That's his endorsement, Trump's statement. Now here, Michael Tracy points out, Trump just announced, Doug right here, Burgum will be both Secretary of Interior and have a newly created seat on the National Security Council. While running for president, Burgum said the U.S. is, quote, at war with Russia and called for Ukraine funding to defeat Putin. So that seems to be at least then different than what they're saying now about what's coming next, which again, I don't think is what's actually going to happen unless the interest is rolling back that agenda on Ukraine for the larger agenda, which is how I see it, but you can make your own mind up. Doug Burgum, if you want to look through his account, search for the word Israel. Here's just two of what stood out to me. My point is they're all, every one of them in the same positions. Here he is in 2024. Why? Why is he, why is he doing this? Honored to meet Netanyahu to discuss vital importance of U.S.-Israel relationship, his courage, strength, and will leading Israel against Iran's seven-front war. So we already know where he stands. He stands in falsehood. He stands in the lie that rationalizes Israel's genocide. Iran is not the one conducting this war. Neither are these seven fronts in Iran at all, other than them supporting them because they're fighting against an illegal institute, an entity that's occupying damn near all of them and is conducting illegal actions against every one of them. Now he, as a governor of North Dakota, is meeting with Netanyahu. Why? Because they blindly support him and they're all bowing to the interest of Israel. That's not my opinion. It's very obvious. And that is incorrect. That's not my opinion. It's based on the facts that we can prove. The idea that this is, Israel's not leading a seven-front war. Israel's committing a genocide that the world can see, and that will come to pass. I mean, there's too much awareness of this to not have some consequences, but the U.S. and the United States and Britain and plenty of others, the U.K. are clearly willing to stand against the world in support of a genocide. You have to consider what kind of force or effort or influence or compromise, blackmail they have on these people for them to do that. Or influence from the Zionist agenda. Maybe they're all just Zionists that have been placed there. That makes sense too. Here he is saying the more voters learn about Kamala, the more they want to vote for Trump, which is kind of my point. And most of this was cartoonish at this point, but the point is here. She's resorting to extremist name calling to distract from her failed record. And the fact that by the way, I think she's ridiculous and she doesn't have a failed record. That's not the point though. She recently slandered Israel with a false claim of genocide. And what's funny about this is you can argue you don't agree with that, but you can't call it a false claim when every institution responsible for making these arguments has said that's a genocide. ICC, ICJ, international groups, United Nations. So you're the one pretending it's not the case. You can argue you don't think that, but you can't say that she's lying or misrepresenting it when everywhere we technically look in the past to make these assessments have already said that. So he is blindly in support of Israel while they commit genocide. That has to be clear. Now, a couple of other follow-ups on this, and there's more picks that are still kind of up in the air. The New Republic wrote this. Another fiasco for Trump as his pick to run the Pentagon suddenly implodes. Now, this could be by design. I've heard many things I've floated. My idea originally, like I already said, is about how some of these may be picks that are designed to make you rationalize the one that they already wanted that you wouldn't have accepted without floating somebody worse. Sort of the logic of Pompeo and Nikki Haley, right? So that's one of the reasons you could consider this may be happening, knowing that they will push back on these people. The other argument, and this I think is sort of a reactionary argument to what we're saying, is that they're saying people in the Trump circle are saying that this was a 4D chess move, right? That they're intentionally putting them forward. So they push back on them so they ultimately get the ones they want afterward. Same argument, really, but from a different agenda. My point is saying that this is about nothing. It's not a left-right paradigm thing. It's about the government agenda. They're saying it from a Trump 4D chess move kind of way. Either way, you have to realize how we're being manipulated. I think these people are picks that Trump would endorse and ultimately could end up with either way. But it says a new revelations threaten Trump's choice. This was Hegseth. How do you say it? Pete Hegseth We'll talk about Matt Gaetz and a couple of others. The point is that ultimately people are starting to recognize issues there, and I think that might be by design. Trump transition team concerned about Hegseth, who wasn't vetted properly. So these are people from inside his own team who are making these statements, which is interesting, which usually causes blowback from Trump publicly. We'll see what happens. Now, here is Michael Tracy pointing out Mike Huckabee, one that has already been acknowledged and has already accepted, whether that happens or not. One like this, though, I find really hard to believe they'll find reason to push back on, because most of Congress is blindly supportive of everything he's talking about here. But listen to what he says here. This is what I am more concerned about now than anything with what is coming. Mike Huckabee, after being named ambassador to Israel by Trump, declares, quote, there is no occupation. We already heard him say this in the past. Rather, Israel has had the rightful deed to the territory since the days of Abraham. He says we'll be using biblical terms like promised land. This is what I keep talking about. Whether we're talking about journalists overlapping their religion with what they're doing, we're talking about people who are leading from powerful positions, or rather ruling, and are being guided by biblical prophecy. I don't care whether you believe it or not. That's crazy. That's dangerous, because what you're guiding yourself by is not what's happening in the world right now. Even if you end up believing you're right, even if you are right, you're like, for example, the lie that they've had the rightful deed of the area is provably false, but you believe it because the word Israel's in the Bible. Well, they use that word, so you would be played by that. Here's what he's saying.
Well, no, I've never been willing to use the term West Bank. There is no such thing. I speak of Judea and Samaria.
Yeah, but there is, though. And that's acknowledged by the UN, even by Israel in the past, when they made agreements to allow them to have a two-state solution that they never intended to follow through with. And here we are today, where people like this are arguing it never existed. There are no Palestinians. There is no occupation. Who cares about the law? So that's my point. If you care about the law and how it may bind people like this, and they're the ones disregarding it in general because of what they believe religiously, how do you not see a problem there?
I tell people there is no occupation. It is a land that is occupied by the people who have had a rightful deed to the place for 3,500 years, since the time of Abraham. So
what's the difference of me picking out some? It's so frustrating how obvious you can make this point. I'm sure I don't even need to argue this, but the idea of coming from the Bible and saying that we can, so you're saying your belief supersedes everything else. Well, that's exactly why Zionism has framed it like this over the last 100 years, or more than that, actually, but post the occupation, because they know that people like you can be played by this. It's very simple. And they're simply saying the law doesn't apply because God said. Well, how do you argue against that? And how does that make, what if I don't believe in the same God? And see, the point is, we have to acknowledge that what they're doing does violate the law, no matter what you think religiously, but people are actually buying this. There are people in our government that are willing to go along with this, like him, and people on the left as well, because they have been taken by this, or many of the which are being funded, who are being blackmailed. All of that's happening.
A lot of the terms that maybe the media would use, or even people against Israel would use, are not terms that I employ, because I want to use terms that live from time immemorial. And those are the terms like promised land and Judea, Samaria. These are biblical terms. And those are important to me.
And so you understand what I said earlier. Israel was a place referenced in the Bible. There's a reason that Zionism chose to use that word. Now, just because they pick that word when then Britain hands them an illegal occupation does not mean that it is the thing that the Bible references. It means that they used it so you would connect those dots.
And so I will continue to follow that nomenclature unless I'm instructed otherwise, but I don't think that'll happen.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Okay, so now if Donald Trump says no longer believe your beliefs, you're going to ignore your religious beliefs in lieu of a political directive? Well, that makes you a hypocrite then, right? Frankly, I think obviously the point is that you should not be overlapping these things. But it's funny that you can make a stance that you're literally ignoring international law because of your beliefs, but then go, but I'll ignore them if Trump asked me to, or whatever he referenced right there. That just seems not worthy. I mean, that seems like you should be losing respect for things like that. But what I find interesting, and this is how lazy all this is today, Donald Trump Jr. comes out and says, push back against these cabinet picks the cabinet picks they're showing right now proves they're the disruptors voters wanted. Oh, does it? How simple that is. See, they don't like them, therefore they're the ones you should want. Yay! Lowest common denominator. And people fall for this, guys. Good people who want good things fall for this. It kills me. It certainly, in some cases, could be the truth, but this is as stupid as saying if the media says it, the opposite is true. That's not always the reality, and they use it against you, clearly. They're picking a bunch of people that are acting in the interest of not America first and saying just because the Democrats don't like them, which by and large is not what's happening. It's people all over the map. But this is the best they can do. Now, Michael Tracy makes a point that I'm going to pretty much, well, I'll go over the free speech part too, and then we're going to wrap right there. Zionist Organization of America, he writes, which used to be considered somewhat extreme, it's still very much is, even by the more mainstream pro-Israel organizations, is absolutely ecstatic with Trump's appointments. In 2022, Trump received their highest honor. The ZOA strongly praises Trump for appointing superb friends of Israel: Rubio, Huckabee, Stefanik, Zeldin, Noam, Waltz, Hegseth, Ratcliffe, all the ones we've shown you already. Here they are posing with an Israeli oligarch. Because that makes sense, right? Guys, it's crazy how obvious this is. Absolutely crazy. Here's them giving him an award in the past, 2022. Now, here's what's most important. Oh, again, I showed you this a second ago, as they want to overlap this as a Jewish organization, which there are Zionists who are not Jewish. There are Christian Zionists. There are atheist Zionists, many of which live in Israel today, and they're public about it. So is it just a Jewish group? How does that work then? No, it's a Zionist group, which includes Jews and Christians and other. That's the point. It's very easy to prove, but there's a reason they frame it this way. But it's the Zionist Organization of America. So let's talk about that. What exactly is the Zionist Organization of America? Well, let me walk you through something I found really fascinating. Now, I've talked about this before. Zionist Organization of America, or specifically, the point that I want to overlap this with is this is one of many of these groups that are political, but are actively fighting or acting in the interest of an Israeli government at the expense of American interests. But they frame themselves as fighting for American interests that just happen to overlap with Israel. And there's another group, the exact same conversation, called the American Zionist Council. Now, both of these groups you can look back through and see the overlap of how clear of what they were and what they still are. My point is to show you how they, at least in this case that I meant to overlap, that I overlap in a second with AIPAC, which is the main point here, goes back to the origin of it. It is an Israeli entity, which in my opinion, all of these are Zionist entities, but specifically for it being controlled by a foreign government, not just in America for American interests that happen to align with Israel. So here's what this goes back to 2013, the American Zionist Council, another Zionist group, separate on paper anyway from the Zionist Organization of America. My point is these are all the same objectives. Now, this is a very simple overview, saying it was a group formed in 1949, represented 9 nationwide Zionist organizations following the independence of Israel. Funny way to frame that, which they change in later versions. Not the independence, it was the occupation, the establishment. But it says it was founded as a tax-exempt umbrella for American Jewish groups, which focused on Israel and included Zionist Organization of America. So there's that. That's the overlap for you. So in the origin point, Zionist Organization of America was part of this, and it broke off. Okay, so recognize why that's important as we go through this, because the American Zionist Council later becomes AIPAC. And it's very clear this is an Israeli organization, as it makes clear as we go through it. And today they really want you to think AIPAC is just an American group that overlaps American Israeli interest. Nope. It is an Israeli-founded entity fighting for an Israeli government agenda. That means it should be registered under FARA, the Foreign Registration Act. We'll go through this. Now, Mike, it's important to remember the Zionist Organization of America, which was supporting Trump right there and is clearly ecstatic about all the picks, is part of this. So I'm trying to draw a line for you back to where it comes from. It's obvious. Now, it says it acted as an umbrella group for public relations, outreach, and lobbying on Capitol Hill between 51 and 53. Its Washington representative, Isaiah L. Keenan, organized the unincorporated American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs, which was AZCPA, in 1953. And is primarily a public relations organization emitting numerous news releases. Then it says, early years were characterized with bureaucratic struggle within Jewish and pro-Israeli movements. In 1963, John F. Kennedy, and his brother Bobby, forced AZC, it's important because this changes as it goes forward, to register as a foreign agent. Interesting. Then it says this took away their legal ability to give contributions to public officials. Totally unconnected, the American Israeli Public Affairs Committee was formed later that year. That's AIPAC. Now, as we go further down the line, you see the information develop. It shows you that they're the same thing. It later became that. But what's interesting is simply to point out that this was a group that was registered. Now, remember, John F. Kennedy was trying to get AIPAC to register the year he died. And just before that, so the point is the AZC was forced to register as a foreign agent. They shifted into something else. They recognized that. They called him out. Now, whether you think it's connected to his death, I do, at least in part. He died that year as he was trying to force that. Now, going forward, this is 2019. You can see that things have got, removed some. It actually got small. All this is the same, it seems. Down here, they removed the part about John F. Kennedy. I wonder why. It says the 62, the Department of Justice started a process of forcing AZC to register as a foreign agent. They also removed the part about AIPAC. It's interesting. It ultimately ends up where this stuff is there, but I find it fascinating that they were people removing this stuff, even though it's provable. Wikipedia is notorious for exactly what we're showing right now. Then 2019, I think this one's the same. 2019, they added back the part about John F. Kennedy and his brother. Not all these are relevant. I'm just going through the line. It's interesting to see how much it changes from moment to moment. Jumping to 2021, they added that it is an Israeli lobby group, which it is, which is important because when it later gets shown that it is simply what became AIPAC, it's important to recognize that it's not an American group. It's an Israeli government entity. Now, the rest of this was the same. Down here, it says, after John F. Kennedy and Bobby forced AZC to register, it says in doing so, they were barred from making monetary contributions to U.S. officials. Shortly after President Kennedy was assassinated and a new lobby group was formed, AIPAC. To this day, no government entity has attempted to make AIPAC register as a foreign agent. Now, the point is, this is conflating the timeline here because we can show that this was part of the conversation. It's interesting to see how much they're trying to waffle back and forth on all this. Now, 2022, same. Shifted a little bit, but they removed that part they just added. That secondary part. Now, here is where it gets interesting. June 2024. American Zionist Council, still highlighting Zionist Organization of America. It reads, Keenan organized the unincorporated American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs, AZCPA, in 1951. In 54, even the dates are changing, by the way, AZC divested itself from AZCPA, quote, because its leaders did not want to use tax-exempt funding for lobbying. Following its independence, AZCPA began involving American Jewish organizations not formally committed to Zionism in order to increase its credibility and separate itself from AZC's role as a middleman for the Israeli government. Now, if you think for 1 second, as we can prove to this day that these are not, this was a game of this was a shell game. This was disconnecting itself from where its origin point was in order to hide that. Now, it says these efforts met with success because AZCPA was able to organize multiple meetings between Jewish leaders and Eisenhower's administration, specifically during the Suez Crisis, which is a hugely important point we're not going to get into now because of what happened after. The point is, although they did not substantially change Eisenhower's approach to the crisis, AZCPA was renamed to the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, AIPAC, in 1959, reflecting its position that a commitment to defending Israel now extended beyond American Zionist organizations to all Jewish organizations, which again is one of the huge points here. Because the point is about Zionism, but they made it appear as if it was about just simply Jewish people. And that is what plenty of Orthodox Jews call out today. Going forward, it says AZC sent monthly newsletters entitled Near East Report and Israel Digest to every member of Congress. That seems pretty weird. These newsletters were found to be funded and in an indirect, circuitous manner by the Israeli government. Now, you won't be surprised to find that this gets removed, right? The point is obvious that these things are highlighting something very problematic. Why they ended up there in the first place, I don't know. Interesting, though, isn't it? Now, here's the point before that I was referencing on here. It's now, remember we showed you earlier, they tried to conflate the idea that AIPAC was created afterward. Well, here you can see right there. Hold on one sec. Make sure I didn't lose this tab. Oh, right. Okay, good. It's in the back. So the point is, it says here, this group was renamed to AIPAC in 1959. Well, he was assassinated years later, right? The point is clearly that there was a weird disconnect. I think it was about trying to hide these things, and whatever reason that's being shown in the Wikipedia now. The bottom line is the timeline makes it very clear that they registered the American Zionist Council as a foreign agent. They simply shifted into becoming AIPAC and clearly stated before so they could disconnect from being Israeli connected. And we already know on the record they were trying to get AIPAC registered as well. And that was well before. Then it says, reflecting on its position that a commitment to defending Israel now extended beyond Zionist organizations to all Jewish organizations. And it says AZC sent, I already read that. In 1966, 3 years after this JFK's assassination, AZC was dissolved after regulatory changes revoked tax exemptions for foreign agents. And its former subsidiary, AIPAC, continues to operate. So you see how this works? So they were even overlapped for a minute. The point is that they shifted. They shifted away from, it's like a LLC type shell game. They just closed up shop here, opened a new company over here, and acted like it was all different. All this is easy to prove. Now, this one goes to July 13th of 2024. And they just simply changed this to back to independence of Israel. I find interesting. And now it says, following the establishment of Israel in the version that was published. This is the one that's public right now. So this is what publicly is shown on Wikipedia. Now it says, was an Israeli lobby group, making that clear. So you already know that. We know they shifted into becoming AIPAC. Down here it says he organized the unincorporated American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs in 1951. Previously it said, I think it said 1953. Now it says, following its independence, the AZCPA began involving Jewish American organizations not formally committed to Zionism, I said that earlier, in order, it adds, to increase its credibility and separate itself from the AZC's role as a middleman for the Israeli government. So they connected the two parts that were separate before into the, I don't know why, but that's easy to prove today. And it's very explicit. They're telling you they did not want to be seen as part of the Israeli government. So they changed their name. They conflated these things to get more credibility and to make you think it was about Jewish groups instead of just Zionism. AZCPA was renamed. See how these teams keep shifting? To AIPAC in 1959. And the point, the last one we showed you is more the reality of this overlap between the two. That's one of the most important parts that they just took out, because I think that's the part they really don't want you to recognize. Now it says that in 1962, Robert F. Kennedy, the United States Attorney General, forced the AZC to register as a foreign agent. So even right there, think about this. So this transition from this from the AZC to the AZCPA, from there then to AIPAC, all before 1959. But down here, it's simply saying that they forced AZC, which apparently well before that had already transitioned all the way to AIPAC, into a foreign agent. But my point is they've already shell gamed themselves out of that. So they're like, yeah, fine, that's Israeli. But right there, shouldn't that bother you that there was already an entity that was doing that? They just simply played it into something else. And it says in doing so, they were barred from making monetary contributions to U.S. officials. Exactly why they tried to do it to AIPAC as well. But continued to send out newsletters and hold defense. Think how crazy that is. In 1966, AZC was dissolved after regulatory changes revoked tax exemptions for agents. Its former subsidiary, AIPAC, continues to operate. So in backward ways, it still shows you the information, but realize how clear that is. One, it's an Israeli entity. Two, it has already been registered before this. They shifted to something else, and JFK was trying to get them registered AIPAC before he died. That all seems wildly relevant to me based on what we just came off. And the AZ, rather specifically the Zionist Organization of America, which is part of this, was praising Trump, giving him awards, was literally saying, your picks are fantastic. You starting to see the point? Hopefully. Councilwoman Ina Vernikoff apparently is the New York City Council minority whip in 48th District. She writes this, and again, to be very clear, but to be clear, I was thinking about it earlier, I am now in no way, as I think is clear by now, defending AOC or anybody in the government. In fact, I think she's just as manipulative as pretty much everybody else. But what she says here is what she's doing is dishonest. Not AOC, but the one framing her. So Jeremy says, weird to have a whole discourse about special interest groups that completely leaves out corporate and industry lobbies, such as AIPAC. By far the most influential groups in Democratic Party. Okay. She then says, if people wanted to talk about members of Congress being overtly influenced by a special interest group, pushing a wildly unpopular agenda that pushes voters away from Democrats, then they should be discussing AIPAC. Think about taking that statement and making it about Jewish people. What she said is very clear. Even if you think that what AIPAC is doing is framed as Jewish interest, she did not. It's about a lobbying group fighting for an unpopular agenda, whatever that may be. This is how desperate this is. This woman, do you think this is of her own accord? Do you think she's just that ready to attack anybody that goes after an Israeli lobbying group? Something's driving politicians in the United States to do this. She says, your little obsession with singling out Jews is called anti-Semitism. How in the world do you fold that into? This is like her coming out earlier and saying AIPAC is lobbying politicians for Israeli interests, which, by the way, is the definition of lobbying. And they've lost their minds. They called her racist for saying that. So it's apparently racist to point out that an Israeli lobby group lobbies for Israel, as long as it's in the conversation of anything relating to Israel. That's lunacy. So here's what I said. Are you suggesting AIPAC isn't an American lobbying group for Israeli interests? As we're told, in parentheses, I say, which obviously includes more than just Jews, right, Ina? Which that's not what she, clearly not in her mind. There's more than just Jews in Israel. There's more than just Jews in any of these parts of the conversation. But to them, it only matters about, that's the point. They're inadvertently showing you that what they are is only Jewish people. What about the American interests that support Israel that aren't Jewish? What about you get the point. It's lazy and it shows you the truth of it all. But I said, are you suggesting AIPAC isn't an American lobbying group for Israeli interests, as we're told? And instead, a group that is in fact only advocating for the interest of one select religious group alone? Isn't that bigotry? Yes, it is. And here's AIPAC's lobbying focus, which you can look up anywhere. Here's what they want you to think. AIPAC's lobbying efforts are not exclusively focused on representing Jewish interests or advocating solely for Jewish Americans. Instead, its mission is to strengthen U.S.-Israeli relationship. Well, maybe you should tell Ina that, because she doesn't know that. Or the truth is, that's not what it actually does. And even more so, the truth is this. For those who get the point here, it's also important to point out that its real focus is lobbying for Zionism, not Jewish or Israeli interests, and in fact, doing so at the expense of both. Nonetheless, important to highlight either the ignorance or dishonesty of these politicians. Here is what Avi Shalem says about Zionism. It's important to hear because this is the truth of it.
Zionism is racism. Israel cannot be both. Israel is either a racist Jewish state or it's a democratic state for everybody. And that's what I would like Israel to be. I'd like a democratic solution, one state with equal rights for all its inhabitants. Your organization, Human Rights Watch, issued a report last year about Israel, and the conclusion was it is an apartheid state. And there are 4 major human rights groups in the last 2 years who issued similar reports, reached the same conclusion. Israel is an apartheid state. So apartheid is racism. Apartheid is discrimination. But Israel is the only member of the United Nations that I know which is officially racist. And I say this because of the July 2018 nation-state law, which says the Jews have a unique right to self-determination in Israel. Unique means exclusive.
Yes.
It means Arabs have no right to self-determination. It means even if Arabs became a majority, they would still have no right to self-determination. So most certainly Zionism is a racist ideology, and it is largely responsible for the Nakba that has unfolded throughout the last century and continues today.
It's worth looking into other things he's talked about. He's a very, very intelligent, highly respected Israeli academic who's talking about this, and he's a Jew himself, and he's talking about the reality of what they're doing. And it's not about Jewish people, it's about Zionism. Anybody honest is capable of pointing that out. And even somebody that I don't support, the facts are still on the reality is this person is trying to attack her for highlighting what we're showing you, that AIPAC is shockingly influential, in fact, completely overtaken U.S. policy. And that means Israel. That's what I'm trying to show you. And that's why people like this from the U.S. government lash out and make it about Jews, even though that's not what she said. If you're confused by it, recognize the elephant in the room and see what's really going on. Now, Jake Shields points this out, over a lot of people did. I just find this interesting. This is a Japanese show, basically, where I think it was a Japanese politically influential entity that spoke on their public channels and simply pointed out that they think that the U.S. is controlled by AIPAC and the Jewish lobby, I think is what he pointed out, which is what they call it, by the way, so we're clear about that. But you can look at this, and they highlight it all. It's interesting. This is pretty prominently discussed, by the way. Now, here is a clip that I think I'll play to end, really, but important to show how AIPAC's influence, even pointed out by MSNBC, which I know most of you, our regular viewers, have seen many times. I'll play it towards the end. I think it's important to highlight, just to show you, coming off what we just talked about, how even MSNBC is capable of highlighting the unnerving growth of what AIPAC is doing and how it's different than any other lobbying group. It's very important to consider. But here's another clip shared by Jake as well, but also very prominently shared. And this is actually pretty crazy. So we're talking about AIPAC and influence of government entities. Here is Mossad openly admitting that they're tracking every U.S. politician, which I'm sure other governments doing the same, but realize publicly stating this, the impunity, the hubris. This is what we're talking about.
Just for you and everybody to know who's watching, after October 7th, we did implement what internally I kind of call it an Iron Dome for Israel here in the US, where we're monitoring every elected official at every level of government, every school board, commission, from social media to press releases to official documents. We're monitoring all of it. So all of these city councils and the members who voted, we know who voted where, we know who voted what, and we'll be watching them as they move along their career and hopefully working to stop them.
That's crazy. Absolutely terrifying. Now, just so it's clear, here, Dr. Shiva pointed this out, and this is Eli David who has me blocked, but these days it does pop up when you look at it. So here's the actual tweet. It says, breaking, Donald Trump told Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu that on his first day in office, he will remove all arms export restrictions and delays imposed by Biden. This is from November 14th. And as he says, to all the anti-Zionist grifter scumbags continually coddling Trump with hopium, go F yourselves. History will remember your posts. I said Trump was never, quote, ending the war, at least in the way that many pretended he meant that. I hope I'm wrong, but I think the evidence is already there. Now, just a funny point that, so that same thread with all the clips that I didn't even play today, if there's the 12 of them there, if you care to know the facts about how he really thinks, and this person citing that point, the influence of Israel over this country, Molak says, so the crazy people telling you to take down the Fed instead of going to vote were in fact right. Now, I'm not saying that as a blanket statement. The point is that a lot of people who are conservatives they're starting to see the bigger point right now. Now, rapidly to end, Elon Musk comes out and says, the people want their free speech. Even the way he says that It's like Trump saying, have fun playing with your Bitcoin. I mean, the people want their free speech like it's some kind of an icon, like a toy, like some kind of a possession. It is an inherent God-given right. It's not something you could dole out or take away. It is clearly something that you want to suppress, despite what you guys keep thinking. He loves to nod to it, so you all screech and go, yay. The reality is he's censoring people while making that point on the platform he's making that point on. How much more can you be embarrassed? The bottom line is that's about saying we want free speech, or 63 Americans indicate free speech is important. What are you talking about? This is something that is inherent. Either we disregard the Constitution or regard that it's in the weather of 1%. It's something that it is. It is not pro or con. It simply is. And that's why it was created this way in the context of outlining it. Now, again, if you want to have a conversation why the Constitution or the acknowledgement of inherent rights should be removed, and we should vote on it like this and say we can decide whether we have these rights, well, that's the world they're trying to push you into without you noticing it. It says Americans listed free speech among their top concerns when deciding who to vote for. That means they don't understand this. Well, I guess you could still argue that they are worried who will choose to ignore those rights. Well, but my point is when you read into even click this tweet and read the comments, people are talking about whether they can just vote away your free speech because people like Elon have convinced them that that's what this is. You're being played. And the reality is the group that he's supporting are the ones leading the charge to take your free speech away. If you want to look at it like that, continually the point is to not respect your inherent rights. Hotspot points out, this is from Twitch, by the way, which has already been censoring us. Turns out the words Zionist or Zionism are now considered, quote, hateful conduct on Twitch. You know how stupid that is? What if you're a Zionist? They won't, it's contextual, and you know that. They will censor you based on whether you're using it in the way that they deem to be hate speech. That's subjective. That means they can apply it however they want. When I'm saying this Zionist policy is against the law, am I being a racist? You'll make it out to be. But if you're out there if you're a Zionist going, Zionism should control everything, or even just saying Zionism is great. Well, is that a hateful statement? Well, not if you frame it the right way, not if it's a Zionist saying it. If I come out and say Zionists shouldn't exist, well, you'll call me a racist, even though it's a political organization. That's how ridiculous this is, and this is being driven by current policies Trump is rolling out. Now, here is Simone Zimmerman, a former Zionist, simply telling you why she changed her mind.
I had to face the Palestinian experience. In my upbringing, Palestinians did not exist, except as this kind of like scary negative shadow, right? And I met Palestinian students. I, went to Israel, Palestine, saw the reality of the occupation with my own eyes, began to read, began to learn. And like, once you actually have to consider the Palestinian experience in its fullness, the whole narrative just comes apart so quickly. The Guardian published an article today by the Israeli Holocaust scholar, Omer Bartov. He's a very respected historian of the Holocaust. And he wrote this really devastating piece about his last visit back to Israel, where he sat with a group of young people at an Israeli university who had served in Gaza and were just like irate that he had written publicly that Israel could be committing a genocide, and they were banging on the walls of the building, like screaming, until he finally invited them in for a dialogue. And he just writes about how startling it is to confront this society that is so insular and is so deeply steeped both in its own narrative of victimhood, but also in the deep dehumanization of Palestinians, that they just first of all, they barely see, right, what's happening in Gaza. This is part of what we hear. Like, Israeli media does not show any of the realities of the destruction. They don't know about the destroyed schools and hospitals, right? Like, they just think it's all propaganda. And what do you do with a society that is that deep in its own isolation from reality?
Good point. Rational, as much as she'll be called a racist. Now, this is what I was referencing a while ago in the show. This is a great clip from the interview I had with Higher Side Chats. And this person says, basically in this conversation, I'm being very skeptical about where this goes, while in repeatedly pointing out that I hope that what you think is going to happen is I hope you're right. I hope Trump saves that. So clearly in sharing your hope while highlighting that I think the truth is the opposite because we have everything in our past to point that out. This person responds saying, truly sad. TLAV is perhaps the most cynical guy I've ever heard recently. Now, not in every context. When it comes to political dynamics, we have every right to be. They've shown you that. History proves that we have the logical thing is to realize that they're not going to follow through. While hoping they do would be the balanced perspective. And he says, I have a feeling he's never met a honest politician. True, there aren't many, but Massey, Gates, RFK, Tulsi, and my good friend Eric Burlison, are honest. Just relax, Ryan. It's going to be okay. What a dumb thing to say in this context. When you guys are the ones telling us World War III is here if we don't vote for Trump. Doesn't that seem stupid? Here's what I said. If you don't see why my view is based on history and precedent, while yours is based on hope, a hope I share and expressed repeatedly in the interview, by the way, then I feel you're not paying attention. That's my opinion. But I said it's like being stuck in the mud while being told it's wrong to point that out. Now, even if I'm wrong about that, why would I be shying away from expressing what I think because you think that I'm being cynical? It's just crazy. And again, the history makes it obvious that this is exactly where we should be. Being highly critical while hoping they follow through. How in the world is that that's not even cynical. That's based in reality. Either way, the point is that what she's talking about, the Zionist influence is everywhere. And I see it in all these people. And I'm worried about and by pretending that we shouldn't acknowledge that, which is what that's all about, is what I'm engaging with in that conversation, is being willfully ignorant of facts. Even if you try to be right, acknowledging the risk of what that shows you is simply logical. Same point here. Both of these clips are Trump saying that you're either foolish or stupid for worrying what he's doing is unconstitutional, even though it verifiably is, undeniably. Burning of the flag has been roundly deemed by the Supreme Court to be protected inherent right under free speech. And this one is about simply shutting down the internet to stop you from seeing things about ISIS. Of course that's unconstitutional, guys. It's obvious. And in both cases, he says you're either foolish or stupid for thinking that. This person says he's right. There's a lot of foolish people in the world. I simply said, yes, there are. And in this specific case, it's those pretending what he's saying is correct. Those pointing out that his suggestions are unconstitutional are verifiably correct. We can discuss altering that, but to claim these suggestions are constitutional is just dishonest. That's the point about if you want to argue for limited speech, make your argument. But pretending that what he's saying is not that is dishonest. Simple. Allison Weir simply highlights, and she's the founder of If Americans Knew. It's basically discussing mostly about Israel and the history. And she's saying FBI agents suddenly showed up at her home. They asked her about a person whose name she didn't recognize. Asked to have a family member present. But bottom line is ultimately she argues something to do with her work with Press TV, a group. They reached out to her for interview. They've reached out to me in the past. I would happily join them. The idea that suddenly you're now a threat because you work with a journalist outlet, regardless of where you think. The point is, every platform we point to in the corporate media and most of the mainstream alternative media are aggressively connected to the government, but it's only applied in their outward point. What she says is this is an Iranian outlet that has interviewed her many times. I don't attempt to vet media outlets and try to reach as many audiences as possible. That's what most of us do. She says, I have since found out that other individuals who have a history of working for a just peace for Palestinians and Israelis have also been visited by the FBI. I understand the agency has been weaponized in the past to try to silence groups of people that some members of a government oppose. It would appear someone is now trying to set the stage to silence dissidents on Israeli-Palestine in the United States by trumping up connections with Iran. Now, of course, that's currently during the Biden administration. Now, do you actually tell me, or could you actually tell me with a straight face that you don't see all the trappings already happening? Trump's focused on Iran, Vance and Trump both screaming threatening actions against Iran, or the idea that they're all actively calling for suppression of true statements of Israel about Israel. The point is that this is happening, and if you want to pretend it's only one way and they're going to change that or destroy these institutions, they're already laying the groundwork to make this even worse. So my point in showing you this is to keep this in mind, and let's see what happens next and make sure we're being honest about what we see. Now, here's another example of this from the same clips. Yeah, I mean, it's at the end here. But the point to make here is ultimately about the idea. Well, it's interesting. It's worth reading. So the person says, I'd love to hear what he says after, rightfully so, in that third video, which, by the way, it's there. The interview's out there. You can find it, which is what I say. But the point is the context is very clear. It's not debatable. He said it more than once in a couple different interviews. He says, but I agree that be skeptical. I like that. But you don't, well, I'll say it in the response. He goes, I'm almost suspicious of such cuts, which we should be. There are obviously words after that which likely clarify, dismantle. No, you can listen to it. It's pretty clear. But I said, I've played the full video on my show many times. If you do care, do your due diligence. I do appreciate your skepticism, always appropriate, as long as you follow up on it and look further. I feel the 12 videos in the thread are more than enough. He says, I watched 6 or 7. Most of it feels like hard hand wringing. Replace Jewish lobby with auto workers, and the message doesn't change. Yes, Israel had a powerful lobby. Now they don't, which is not true. Promising to create an environment where supporters have political power is pretty vanilla. That's wild to me. And I said, what? Of course the message changes, but the point does not. I don't care if he's ignoring your rights in order to protect against perceived mean words towards auto workers or towards Jews. The outcome is the same. You are trying really hard to see what this is. The point would be, you could make it about auto workers, but if you're using that to suppress your rights, that's what I'm worried about. I think people can't see this without thinking it's about only we just hate Israel. And I'm not saying that's what he thinks. My point is that seems to be channeled in the same way, that I don't care what the justification is. My concern is not acknowledging or respecting our inherent rights. Jake Shields points out, and this is the point from earlier, it says, Trump to universities, stamp out anti-Semitism or lose accreditation. Now, remember, that's why I think it's more about that in that earlier group, because he pointed to accreditation, he pointed to the funding. The point is, as Jake Shields pointed out, colleges have been a breeding ground for anti-white hate for decades. Why is that ignored? Why, the point I'm going to make is that Trump and the Republican side of this have been highlighting that for a long time. Whatever you think the validity of it is. And yet now it's shifted into fighting to stop the adversaries of Israel. Why does that make sense to people that support Trump from a conservative perspective? It's like you've been tricked. You've been deviated from what you thought you were fighting for, and suddenly he goes, no, we're going to fight for them first. Even though what we're really talking about is suppressing Palestinian awareness. High Impact Flicks made the same point here. What do you think he means by end anti-Semitic propaganda?
This is what I will do to defeat anti-Semitism and defend our Jewish citizens in America. My first week back in the Oval Office, my administration will inform every college president that if you do not end anti-Semitic propaganda, they will lose their accreditation and federal taxpayers.
Right. So obviously free speech doesn't apply here, right? You're not allowed. So yes, it does is the point. Free speech is about being able to express even very uncomfortable or insulting or offensive conversation. So the point is, whether or not it's anti-Semitic propaganda, well, of course they have a right to talk about it. Now, in the context of the school teaching it, well, let's break it down. What is it? What is it? And can you prove? The point is, what he is referring to is the truth about the history of Israel, or the reality of the occupation, or the truth about any number of things that they straight up call anti-Semitic, even though you can prove it. Either way, the point is, whatever you think about what he's referencing, you're talking about things that are protected, inherent rights of free speech. I don't know why people can't acknowledge this. I think it's because they're afraid of being screamed at by this partisan maniacs that will disown you from your party if you dare to point out things that are obvious. But my point in general is that every example we have in front of us shows you that this is the same thing from a different angle that the left was doing. Patrick Henningsen says the same point. This will backfire on Trump so badly. And it's the same clip. He says, my first week, and same point, the idea of suppressing this. And, as he writes, he shouldn't be the first to point this out. Firstly, using the federal government to enforce a completely fake definition of anti-Semitism, to close down higher education institutions, deny access to education based on political beliefs, is against the First Amendment of the Constitution. Guys, it's so obvious. If I have to point this out, then you need to reread it right now. Secondly, criticism of Israeli actions, Zionist ideology, which is what he goes on to talk about, or Israel's genocide of Palestine or mass murder of Lebanese people is not anti-Semitic. And no Supreme Court justice will bring back Trump and media's fanciful version of reality here. He says supporting Palestinian human rights and the right to life, liberty, and end to a brutal apartheid is not anti-Semitic, nor is it pro-Hamas or pro-terrorism. And funny, we can use the same thing that RFK just pointed out. While he was trying to remove mercury from this, they didn't call him anti-fish. Same kind of game here, right? You can't keep making this about pro-Hamas. We're talking very clearly about the crimes of Israel. And just because that makes you angry does not mean you default support the bad guy you're trying to highlight, even though that's also funded by Israel. Oops. It says, even your most conservative Justice Clarence Thomas will send this farce into juris oblivion, where it belongs. Note to free speech warrior Elon Musk. By allowing a foreign lobby to enact unconstitutional, dare we say un-American, disingenuous authoritarian moves like these, the president is empowering a very intelligent and highly motivated nonpartisan opposition at home and abroad. I agree with him. Michael Tracy says simply such an embarrassment. And an indictment of the alternative media in particular. I would actually make it more about the mainstream alternative media, but there's both. That Trump got away with being portrayed as a champion of free speech when he literally campaigned on using the coercive power of the state to punish political speech. Totally libertarian, right, guys? Now, this clip, and we're going to get into this. I know I've said that a few shows now, but there's a lot I'm going to talk about. I just technically don't have the time at this point. I didn't plan to go past 4, but I wasn't really restricting myself either. I thought that was important to highlight. But we're going to get into more coming soon. So I'm going to end with this clip just simply to continue to highlight the very dangerous reality of what AIPAC, or rather the Israeli influence on U.S. policy, truly is right on the surface. So thank you for tuning in today, guys. Truly honored that you continue to support, and we do look like we're having some growth in the views in general. So if you're new to this platform, please take a look at the website, look at the information. Just go to the LastAmericanVagabond.com search bar and search for just anything going on. Whatever topic's on your mind today, I'm willing to bet you that there's a body of work that we've done over the last decade plus that goes into damn near everything you want to look into. If you want to support this platform for what we're doing today or anything else, there's plenty of ways in the show notes to support us, to donate, because we definitely need your support. We're under attack like never before, like pretty much everybody who's honestly covering what's going on. So thank you for tuning in. Clip this out, share it, talk with your friends. Make sure you're being critical of all of it, including what we're discussing here. Thank you for being here. I love you all. As always, question everything. Come to your own conclusions. Stay vigilant.
American Israel Public Affairs Committee. It was incorporated in 1963. For 10 years prior to that, it was known as the American Zionist Committee for Public Affairs. AIPAC calls itself America's pro-Israel lobby, and according to its website, it has over 3 million members across the country in regional chapters working to, quote, expand and strengthen the U.S.-Israel relationship, end quote. You may know AIPAC as being one of the biggest and most recognizable donors to many of the members of Congress in your state. But contributing to campaigns is a relatively new function of the organization. Before 2021, AIPAC did not endorse candidates nor give political contributions. Its focus was on lobbying elected officials, not actually electing officials. But in a dramatic shift in policy, AIPAC began directly funding candidates and spending big on races in 2021. AIPAC Political Action Committee, AIPAC-PAC, filed something called a Statement of Organization with the FEC just in time for the 2022 election cycle, where it spent $50 million, including both direct contributions to candidates and outside spending like TV advertisements. According to AIPAC, it donated money to 365 candidates from both parties, including every single member of both Democratic and Republican leadership in Congress. 109 Republicans who voted against the certification of the 2020 presidential election in America received campaign contributions from AIPAC. All in all, AIPAC gave money to 342 members of the 118th Congress. The 2022 elections were the most expensive midterms in American history, with a total cost of $8.9 billion spent. Now, last year, AIPAC ranked 15th in total expenditure by a political action committee, according to data collected by Open Secrets. But take a look at the other funders that AIPAC is competing against for that title. Act Blue and Win Red. They are Democratic and Republican Party machines. Save America is Donald Trump's money-raising operation. The Conservative Club for Growth, Emily's List, focuses on electing Democratic women to office. All of the PACs on this list are massively domestic-focused ideological machines. AIPAC is the only organization in the top 20 whose interests are focused entirely on America's relationship to a foreign government. Now, let's take a look at who benefits from AIPAC's largesse. Here are the top 20 recipients in Congress, the House and the Senate, of AIPAC money in the 2022 midterm cycle, according to Open Secrets. They're members of both parties. They come from every corner of the country with varying levels of experience in Congress. The Democrat Glenn Ivey of Maryland tops the list. He beat out fellow Democrat Donna Edwards in Maryland's House primary after AIPAC poured millions into pro-Ivey advertisements and mailers. Edwards was running for a second stint in Congress after serving during the Obama administration, where she voted present, not even a no, on a number of pro-Israel resolutions. So the money poured in against her. Not even an endorsement from Nancy Pelosi could save her. Michigan Democrat Haley Stevens unseated Democratic Representative Andy Levin. Here's what Levin had to say about that.
I'm really Jewish, but AIPAC can't stand the idea that I am the clearest, strongest Jewish voice in Congress, standing for a simple proposition that there's no way to have a secure democratic homeland for the Jewish people unless we achieve the political and human rights of the Palestinian people.
AIPAC spent $4 million against Levin. He lost by 20 points. When Michigan Congresswoman Rashida Tlaib, the only Palestinian American in Congress, was censured by the House in early November over what some lawmakers called her rhetoric around the Israeli-Hamas war, 22 Democrats joined Republicans in that censure vote. 18 of those Democrats received campaign funds from AIPAC in 2022, totaling more than $1.1 million. By the way, for these 6 of them, AIPAC was their top contributor. A growing list of progressive lawmakers who are vocal in their criticism of the government of Israel and its policies and their support for Palestinian self-determination have inspired AIPAC to spend even more. As progressive lawmakers began calling for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, Slate reported that insiders expect AIPAC's 2024 spending to hit $100 million. In fact, United Democracy Project, which is a pro-Israel super PAC affiliated with AIPAC, is already spending money on attack ads against Democratic Representatives Jamal Bowman of New York and Summer Lee of Pennsylvania. Lee has already got a primary challenger, as do Cori Bush and Ilhan Omar. Pro-Israel donors have already signaled that they are eager to primary Rashida Tlaib and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Congresswoman Lee already overcame AIPAC's financial influence against her once. She tweeted criticisms of Israel's treatment of Palestinians in 2021, but as a candidate, she affirmed Israel's right to exist. But that's not good enough. AIPAC spent nearly $3 million in the primary alone to defeat Lee, and they almost did. She beat Stephen Irwin, who is 3rd on the list of money given to candidates by AIPAC in 2022, by less than 1,000 votes. And if Congresswoman Lee wants to keep her seat in 2024, she's going to have to do it all over again. She joins me in studio after this break.